Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
And so there's still all those really, really bizarre things, the coincidences that make for a great conspiracy.
Just because there wasn't a list doesn't mean a lot of famous people didn't fly out there.
Right.
There just happens to be a list. I mean, I don't have a list of all the shady things I've done with everybody. People do.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Welcome, July 8th, 2025, the Bubba the Love Sponge show, originating from Tampa, Florida. Myself, Lummy, Dr. Dan, Seth Kushner, and Macho Man. Macho Man gave me an interesting article this morning. I'll get to that momentarily. I think it's true.
Neil Mount Plaisir, $50.
Oh, thank you. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. All at the Bubba Army. That's how we keep the show on the air. Thank you very much. Lummy met. He was with Uncle Billy Bob. Is that who you with?
No, Uncle Eric.
Okay, Uncle Baby Billy Bob?
No, yeah, Uncle Eric. Yippee was Uncle.
You were with Uncle Eric and your father at a hardware store? No, at Home Depot.
Home Depot over in Palm Harbor.
Now, what were you doing over there?
Helping my dad.
What kind of project does he got going on? And I'm assuming your dad's at the age where he, just pretty much supervises your construction.
Yeah, kind of. He still tries to be hands-on.
Right. Do you just tell him, are you building a fence? Are you digging a trough? Like, what are you particular? Are you changing out a screen door? Or what are you doing?
Trying to fix up one of his units for his rental.
Oh, is he an Airbnb or is he long-time rental?
No, he's long-time rental.
Right.
He's old.
He doesn't look. Yeah, he couldn't navigate through the Airbnb app and open the door for the people and give them the right code and then switch.
Not even close.
No. So he's trying to fix up. How many rentals does he have? Like 10?
Residential? Under 10, a little under 10.
Right, and then some commercial stuff.
Yes.
So you're at Home Depot yesterday with your father and Uncle Eric, the listener, correct?
Yes.
Not Uncle Eric as in he's really your uncle.
No, it's just Uncle Eric.
The listener.
Yes.
Right. And tell us your story, because you told it earlier. I thought rather than me navigate through your story, it's actually it would be more effective if you did it.
Yeah, we were walking back from in the lumber.
Hold on, by the way, I didn't mean to interrupt you. This validates exactly what Bill O'Reilly said yesterday.
We were walking through the lumber, and I'm with them, and I'm wearing my Bubba Army shirt. And these two, I would say probably in their mid-70s, maybe late 70s, said, "Oh, is Bubba still on the air?" And Uncle Eric spoke up and he goes, "Yeah, you can listen to him on Facebook at the Bubba Army."
As soon as you see somebody over 50, just go right to the Facebook. Don't try to explain Rumble or Twitch or anything. Just go right to Facebook.
Well, that's what I did. That's when I said, "Oh, you can also catch us on YouTube." And she goes, "No, I don't know anything about those."
I think Bill O'Reilly said, you tell somebody that old about YouTube, you might as well be speaking Swahili.
Yeah, so I didn't start off with the Facebook, so luckily Uncle Eric was there because he's their age too. Explain to
Uncle Eric is an older listener.
He's in his 60s, so
okay.
Yeah, my dad didn't have any of it.
Did he just now? Does your dad have any idea that you're a big time radio star?
No, and he doesn't also have Facebook or anything on the internet.
Nothing.
All he does is gamble and check his stocks.
That's all he does.
Yes.
So he has one. He probably has a gambling app.
No, everything's on his computer and it has saved to a favorites.
Okay.
And if you mess it up, he can't find it.
Oh. Like if you would clear the cache or clear the history.
Oh, he's out.
And then the autofill doesn't work until you refill it back in.
Then we're getting a phone call around whatever time he's betting.
Now does he call you Warren?
Yes.
It's like, Warren.
Yeah.
Somebody erased my favorites. And I can't get on my gambling.
No, he doesn't say erased it. He just says the computer's broken.
The computer's broken, Warren.
Yes.
And I can't put $250 on the race tonight.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, because he doesn't use a cell phone, so you have to.
Hold on, he doesn't use his cell phone.
No, he
just
has
a call.
it. He leaves it off until he needs it.
My dad's the same.
Leaves it off.
My dad's the same way, man. When I went and visited my dad 2 years ago, and in Reno / Sparks, Nevada, we went through. We took like almost half a day venture up to Lake Tahoe. Dan, you ever been to Lake Tahoe?
Yes, long time ago, once.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
It's nice.
Oh, so I'm kind of like, every probably 15, 20, 30 minutes, I got my phone down my side, but I'm taking pictures and rolling some video and stuff. And he goes, "You and that damn phone." I go, "But Dad, I'm taking pictures of." He goes, "Well, we'll stop and take pictures, but you don't got to be taking pictures when you're in the car." And he goes, "My cell phone stays in my glove box unless I get into a wreck or something."
Yep.
I mean,
good for you, old timer, man. We like to stay connected.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
So I didn't have you in the back seat, and the merch crick wouldn't speak up for nothing. I wish I would have had.
She's staring at her phone.
Yeah, she had her phone in her purse. I wish I would have had that nice little chime in. Seth, you're a good little chime.
I'm not going to get backed down by, old timers about cell phones, man. We're connected to them. It's part of society. Our whole lives are on them. I'm just going to have to deal with it, slugger.
Now, Dan, as much as we're attracted or connected to our cell phones, are the next generation, like your teenager kids, are they even more so?
Oh, they're glued.
I mean, like just
glued.
Straight glued.
My daughter's running 2 screens, a TV, an iPad. I mean, she's got a whole control center. They're way ahead of us.
Yeah, I mean, so they're glued.
Yeah,
they're glued.
But they know everything that's going on.
Well, they think they know. They know what they're being told, right?
Well, they know what they have access to.
I mean, right. I mean, like I'm sure your kids are old enough to be able to navigate to X. They're big Instagrammers, aren't they?
Yeah, they love Instagram and TikTok. They don't do Facebook.
No.
They don't do X much either.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
So
my kids don't do X.
It's all TikTok. And you know what? It's amazing how technology has driven a wedge amongst age groups, and the fact that the older generation only knows Facebook, and the younger generation knows it all but prefers TikTok. And now, is Snapchat still a thing?
Yep.
You know what? I could never figure out Snapchat. I never could.
Well, I mean, if you use it just to chat and you want something private, like you send someone a
D-pic.
Yeah, all pumped up.
But can't they screenshot that?
But you find out, it'll rat them out.
Oh,
if they screenshot it.
Oh, well, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go away, but it means at least you know where it came from.
You can start building trust, I guess.
So anyway, Lummy. So 2 70-year-olds,
yes.
Marge and Madge might be listening today on Facebook.
Yes, that was the demographic around that Palm Harbor, Tarpon Springs area. That every time I'm over there, I possibly run into about 5 or 6 listeners.
In our Facebook back-end dashboard gives you the inside intel. Tampa by far is our number one market. Like Tampa is our number one market in every platform. Tampa's our number one market. But I can't get a Tampa radio station. I really think if you take all of our social numbers, just Tampa alone, we could be number one. With regards to, compare our numbers to terrestrial guys' numbers, and we could have actually more people listening to us on our, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different platforms than they do all in with their one frequency.
Jeez.
Did you see where, I think it was Seth mentioned last week, where formerly Bubba 98.7, now I think they changed it to the Shark to try to go against Cox's Classic Rock.
Terry Merchant on the Super Chat.
The Eagle, which I just think the Eagle's so dialed in, you're not going to beat it. You're not going to position yourself between the Eagle and 98 Rock. Those are just two huge franchises that you're just not going to beat. And so they came in there with that, and they sold it to some educational radio station company, and they're going to put that radio station, I forget what it's called, but they have this national format that derives, I think, maybe out of LA, and they're going to put their K-Love. It's like a Christian contemporary, and it's called K-Love. So we'll be having K-Love the start of the year here in Tampa.
Oh boy,
K-Love, and like the station's worth about $4.5 million, and K-Love paid $8 million for it.
Wow.
Just because they got so much money. And here's the thing: not only do they got their money, but they got like Righteous Gemstones money too. Because not only can they sell advertising and make money internally, but they can also pass around the collection plate. That's much like us. We kind of like our that.
That's right.
We're like a religious pass the collection plate station without having the religion. I think.
Oh, you're definitely a religion.
I think we're more of a cult. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, cult's a bad word.
No, it's really not. We're a cool cult. Couldn't there
militia is what is in right now.
Yeah.
Militia?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Do you have to pay to be in a militia?
Not this one.
Oh yeah, you have to pay. You have to pay to be part of the Bub Army.
You just have to have a snake.
So Dan, how did your? We haven't seen you for a few weeks. Did you spend the entire week at the shore?
I spent like 9-10 days there. It was great. It was nice. It was
let's vacation. Rewind a lot.
Did you flip any pizza pies?
Yep, sure did. Can't help myself.
Let's rewind a week. Last time I saw you was last Tuesday. So then what happens?
So I went to Surf Ranch and with
day.
Jay, right? And then I hurt myself too. I hurt my neck.
What do you mean you hurt yourself?
Man, on the third wave, I just got snapped back and I couldn't get out of the water. I couldn't move, couldn't turn my head. Had to get pulled out from the with the jet ski sled. Felt like such a bitch.
Did you think you were paralyzed?
I didn't think I was paralyzed, but I knew I hurt something.
Thought you had like a stinger or something.
Yeah, something was just jacked. I literally could not. I was like Zoolander. I could only turn my head right. But the one of the guys that came with us.
Did both your brothers make fun of you?
No, they were concerned. And Gary was there.
Yeah, well, here's the deal.
Apothecary.
Oh, Gary from 1-800 Gary.
Yeah, and so he's a chiropractor. I'm like, dude, fix me. And so he was wet in a cold wetsuit, and I'm on a couch, and he's like yoking me. And he hasn't he's not much hands-on, man. He's more of a businessman these days.
Yeah, he's more of a call me and I'll tell you what doctor to go to.
Right.
He's not come into the office and let me give you an adjustment.
No,
Gary Kopolopoulos, that's what I call him. Gary Kopolopoulos. I don't know that if Gary Kopolopoulos has made an adjustment in 15 years.
Yeah.
Did he rub you or did he adjust you?
No, he tried to adjust me, but he didn't have the table. He just had a couch. And he was there with his 2 sons. They had a great time. I mean, his sons caught some really amazing waves. So I sit like jacuzzi. I lie down. I can't move. I can't lift my head up. He yokes on me a few times, and it hurt. And then he says, I think I got something. I'm like, you didn't get nothing. And then I put my head down and put my legs up like a zero gravity position and slept for 90 minutes. I missed the middle 2 sessions, and then I woke up, and I was like, I can move. So maybe he did fix me. And I went out, and I surfed a little bit more. But
and you don't get. And normally, you're the doctor that fixes people.
right when I get hurt, everyone's screwed.
Yeah, you're like the quarterback.
Well, Dan's like, I'm not sure if this guy fixed me, but I felt 100% better.
Right. Maybe you're just overly
took a few
tired.
hours.
Just needed a nap.
So
So are the surf? Are the time you can catch a wave? Is that all? I mean, they don't want to waste a wave, probably. So
I wasted half the day.
But what I'm saying is, like, you're probably scheduled, right? Like, you're
Yeah, it was like
scheduled.
8 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
Right. So, they don't want to. They probably don't throw. Do they throw a wave down and nobody catches it, or is somebody always catching a wave?
Well, yeah, you don't want to let a wave go uncaught. And if you fall, people can what they call poach it, where they actually, jump in halfway through and take the second half of the wave. But the wave lasts like 45 seconds, so there's a lot of wave. So other people took my spots. And then the last session, I just put a couple rights in a row, and I had a great time. I was able to, salvage it, and I'm fine.
That's
I'm stiff,
that's a quick turnaround, man. What is it? A 5-hour flight out there and a 4-hour home?
Yeah, 4.5. But it wasn't because we stopped in Dallas, and
You got a layover?
Yeah, well, it's Fresno. No one goes to Fresno.
Oh, okay, right.
I mean,
right.
we're to LA. If it was LA, I would have done direct. But Fresno's always some stop.
How far is Fresno from? It's quite north, isn't it?
I think it's 4 or 5 hours by driving.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think it's a significant drive.
I think it might be closer to fly into like maybe San Francisco or Bakersfield or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's no direct flights to Bakersfield, please.
But we got stuck in Dallas, and we're on the plane and we're about to take off. Like, we just found a gouge in the tire. We got to change the tire in the plane, which is you don't want to land on a flat tire.
Yeah, I would.
Well, I mean,
seems
sketchy. I don't want to blow out on landing. I mean, that seemed like a reasonable thing to
I feel
fix.
once you're on the ground, man, there's not a lot can go wrong. Even if the gear would retract, I mean, it's not my plane. I mean, I'm gonna jump off this plane. Okay, it's the airline. Listen, when they're changing a gouge tire at this point, that's the airline not wanting to screw up their $1 zillion airplane, because you're gonna you're gonna be okay on landing. You just that rubber is gonna start disintegrating and start just sending rubber everywhere on the bottom of the wing that could possibly, those wings are paper thin.
Right, and the tires are all double tires.
Right. So, that's
for that reason.
You can land on a flat, and they don't have just one tire per landing gear. They got like 4. So, one that was just a precautionary. The airline didn't want to screw the bottom side of their wing when that tire disintegrated.
But if you have a plane with 2 engines, you don't want one engine, and if you got a plane with 4 tires, you don't want just like 3. I understood doing that.
How long of a delay though?
Well, so they said it's going to take about 45 minutes, and then they said, "Oh, by the way, now we got to refuel the plane." I'm like, well, why don't you guys put the gas in when you're changing the tires? I mean, what a pit stop is? I mean, Jesus.
You know what? Here we got. While we have the tire off, we see we need a set of brakes too.
I mean, they're ready to do an oil change, change the belts.
Oh, we got to pack the wheel bearings. We got the strut and the shock assembly looks a little loose. So they're doing a complete overhaul on the left side wing landing gear.
And I think they filled the plane with those little 5-gallon jugs, because it took about an hour to fill the plane, which is, again, Bubba, this is BS. This is now all BS.
Well, see, here's the thing. These airlines they want to be so light. They want to be as light as they can.
So it's like race cars?
So they will only allow themselves 45 minutes of when you land legally. You're supposed to have 45 minutes reserve, no matter if you're private, no matter if you're,
That's the goal?
That's the rule.
Rule.
45 minutes to an hour reserve when you land. So they cut it pretty close, meaning like, they know how much it takes to get to Fresno with whatever headwind they got. They got it all calculated. So, when they're in there idling,
do you think they were idling when they were changing the tires and putting it up to a ground power unit?
Yes.
So that's what blew all the gas.
Yeah.
So now they have to refuel.
Yeah.
So then after they refuel, like, oh God, our pilots are about to time out. So then they had to change pilots. So it took 3 hours.
Yeah, now, all while you're still in the plane.
No, they let us go off the plane.
They deplaned you?
Yeah, they did deplane us. So I didn't get it home till really late.
I don't know if they can actually refuel a plane with passengers on it. I think there might be a rule where they have to take the passengers off when they refuel just in case.
Well, they knocked us off just for the tire. Like, I guess they didn't want to jack up the plane and have it be at an angle and everybody fall to one side.
And the weight. They got to think, the weight.
Oh, that's probably, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, think about, you got 200 people, however many people on a plane. Think how much more.
It's 10 tons.
Right. I mean, their jacks equipped, it probably could jack you up, but at that point, you're also potentially doing some damage to whatever your jack up point may be if it's got that much more, tonnage on it. So you guys did that mess. Were you guys supposed to surf that day, and that completely messed up your day surfing?
It was the way home. It was the way home. So it wasn't that big of a deal. I mean, it just delayed my day home, and then the next day I flew to Jersey, and I had a great time. Went to a Phillies game. We were like,
did you take the kids?
Yep. And we sat on the first baseline about 9 rows up. It was beautiful seats. They won 5-1. Threw some pies at the boardwalk. Went to some nice dinners. Got too much sun at the beach. It was great. We had a great time. My kids were perfectly behaved.
No mishaps.
Nothing.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
And it's not creepy. But both of your kids are at the age where they're starting to, probably be attracted to the other opposite sex.
Mm-hmm.
They're in that teenage. Your hormones are going a million miles an hour. And listen, I can only imagine. If our mom and dads would have taken us to a beach resort when we were 14, 15.
Oh boy.
And allowed us to, Now I'm sure, Dan, that because you've been there so long, then you know everybody at Manco's and everybody on the boardwalk, that you probably allow your kids to maybe as a group go out on their own a little bit. Do you do like just to kind of like on a Friday night? Hey, Dad, me and little Danny want to go walk down the boardwalk.
Yeah, they didn't want to do that by themselves. They were just into the family thing, and they were just, they rolled with the punches, and they were really good. Next year, Danny wants to bring a friend, and I think he'll do that, go to the boardwalk with his buddy and
chase
talk to the
ass.
girls. Yeah, because you saw, his head was on a swivel. There's, all these really cute 15 to 18-year-old girls.
What about
Sophia?
Sophia? As there are a bunch of 16-year-old Dan Diacos rolling up and down there saying, catcalling Sophia.
Yeah, she really wasn't distracted by it. It was,
She doesn't. You know what?
She's cool.
The new kids really don't. They're not. I wouldn't say as horny, but they don't seem to be into it as much as we were.
Nah, but once they take that red dye out of the diet, maybe it's going to change.
What's your barometer for kids not being as horny today as yesteryear?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know. It just seems like everybody I know that has teenagers are like, they're really not.
You ask everybody who has teenagers about their kids' sex drive?
No, but I have friends who have teenagers, and they share that information with me, and they're like, "Man, the kids aren't like nearly as sexual or as aggressive as we were. They just aren't."
It's got to be the opposite, man.
Yeah, maybe they're just hiding it better.
No. They have no. Here's the thing. We actually had to find a real life girl to mess around with because our porn parameters were our dad's Playboys that were stuck together. Now, really.
From the steam from the shower or for other
right.
reasons?
Or because they were in the woods underneath like three
for
old,
moisture.
Old screen doors and some leaves. And so like the fact, Seth, that they have the ability to get way better porn or at least be stimulated online more so than we were. Everything we did was just magazine. And if you'd happened to be, I think I was 16, Lummy, when they first came out with like VCRs or 13, and you could maybe somehow find a VHS of something.
Remember when the VCRs had the corded remotes?
Yes.
Had the big black cord. It was like 30 feet long.
They went from me to you. Yeah, exactly. And so, like, we would have to actually go out and find a girlfriend or find a girl to make out with. Now they're so stimulated. They don't have to worry. I mean, you don't have to. Lummy, you can sit here and just find any kind of porn you want and masturbate, and then after you masturbate, you shot that bullet, you got all that poison out, and then you're like, whatever.
You're chill.
I'm chill.
Yeah.
I'm not even into it right now.
So masturbation really didn't take off until the late 2000s?
No, masturbation was prevalent. It's just how you stimulated your masturbation session. Your
They
masturbation.
desensitized to just nipples. That's come on, they're way past that.
I mean, if
We
we would
Farrah
see,
Fawcett.
Hey, hold
We
on.
drooled over Farrah Fawcett's
Hold-
nipples for 10 years.
Yes, just Farrah Fawcett's left nipple.
Yep.
We jacked it harder than we ever have just to that. And then the scene of the girl getting out of the pool at Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Remember that?
Oh,
Phoebe
yeah.
Cates.
When she was getting out of the pool and the one brother was looking through the bathroom door and he was jacking it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's as good as it got for us. Now, man, please, even if you're the best parent in the world and you keep up on your kids and where they're going on, they'll erase all that before you grab their phone.
Oh, it's all hidden. They got this stuff is like so buried
Yeah.
you can't find anything.
They got more. We think they got stuff. They got stuff that you wouldn't even believe. So, just a pretty good weekend overall. You didn't know injuries at the shore.
On the last 5 minutes we were in the ocean yesterday, Dan sliced his foot, and so we literally had beach patrol pull us up to the house and help him, because he was bleeding a lot.
Did you stitch it? Did
I
you
didn't stitch
butterfly it?
It stopped. I just put Silvers and cleaned it out, got all the crap. I think he stepped on a horseshoe crab because he had two gashes that were about an inch long on the bottom of his foot, parallel to each other. It was weird.
And did the horseshoe crab pinch him or?
No, I think because they have those spikes on the shell.
Yeah.
And I think he stepped on it. He said it was big and round, so that's horseshoe crab. There's tons of horseshoe crabs up there.
Shouldn't you? You're supposed to shuffle your feet, aren't you?
Yeah, for stingrays and horseshoe crabs probably too.
No, you're supposed to do for both.
Both?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Here's the deal, man. I get more. Listen, I used to be not afraid of the ocean at all. I lived on the water, had jet skis, would go out.
Jaws didn't.
No,
turn you?
nothing scared me on the water at all. Even when I get my jet ski stuck in some muck and I had to navigate it through the muck, and you just when you're walking through the muck, you're just feeling just every.
Feet sink about 8 inches.
Yeah, and
It's gross.
you're feeling you're like it's just ew. It's a
Old Indian bones.
sea urchins and just you're just feeling everything. But none of that really scared me. But the older I get, man, the more I don't even want to walk in the ocean. I don't have
Really?
I don't have any. Birch Creek's got a pool. That's good enough for me if I need water. I don't need. No, I wouldn't mind going out jet skiing, but I don't need to be walking the shores like Danny and having to shuffle my feet. And
Do you like that walk on the beach itself? The sand? Does the sand bother you? Or
yes,
are you
no, I love walking on the beach.
Okay, so sand doesn't.
And then in your bottoms of your feet kind of get a little resilient because you're stepping on like those real miniature little shells that are crushed up.
Right. Danny got a nice brush burn on his tummy body surfing because he they went through the shell section.
So he
and
was skimboarding and then got stopped on the shell section.
No, he was body surfing and just because it gets shallow and just he was going as far as he could.
Poor Danny, he got a tore up foot with a scratched chest.
Yeah, he got chewed up a little bit.
Now,
They
does
all got a
Soph-
little sunburn.
Does Sophia go out into the water?
Oh, she was body surfing and jumping in the waves. It was really cute. I mean, that's what I really wanted. My mom was, in heaven. And it was, it was sweet.
Oh, you're
But
not up there alone. You got Mama up there.
Yeah.
No, she'll be up there clear till October?
Yeah.
And then she doesn't come home till October, right?
Yeah, she spends the whole summer up there. And then
Now-
my aunt's kids were up there, so it was kind of a reunion thing.
Now, are you the first set of Diacos to get up there?
Yes.
So
And
now
Jay's family comes up next.
So Jay's next. Is that what, next week?
Yeah, towards the end of next week. And then Steven goes up in August for a little while. He's in France right now.
What?
I know, dude. He sends me this video of him and Krista drinking and dancing and just
What?
with a silly grin. And I'm looking at him. He's like, "Why do you look annoyed?" I'm like, "Cause what is this?" I'm like eating lunch.
Meanwhile, hold on. If anybody's Dan's house is beautiful, but it's big and it's old and it's got its own little lane that it's in. But your house is beautiful for what it is, but mostly size and location. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Would you not agree? And your big pool out back and your big winding driveway and literally his front yard is the size of a football field. It's just it's set back. It's just very beautiful. It's very historic. And I'm not Jay's place is modern and cool and on Davis Island and has access, a pier and a boat dock and everything like that. And then Dan, your original house is cool, too, as well, but If I lived at Steve's new house where he lived, Daddy Joe's old now remodeled house, that house is just unbelievable. I don't know if I'd have to go on vacation.
It's beautiful. He's centered between the Howard Franklin and the Gandhi with the sunset. I mean, it's gorgeous. He updated and renewed and redid
I don't know
everything.
if you need to go on vacation if you live there.
I know. And when I'm on vacation, I sometimes just long for my home.
Yeah.
But right now, my home is doing the hardwood floors and there's plastic everywhere.
Dion, I've seen him many a times. They'll go to he took a family vacation to I don't know where, maybe the Bahamas or something. And he was like, man, my house is better than this. He was saying I don't like going on vacation when I got the crib back. Have you guys ever? You guys have seen his Texas home, have you not?
Oh,
Lummy?
yeah.
it's great.
He's got full-blown football fields and basketball courts, and he's got a 5 or 6 acre. Maybe 7 acre full-blown stocked up big mouth or a bass pond. He's got everything. And so he hates going on vacation.
Right. I mean, when you got 70-mile-an-hour jets, wave runners, you don't want to rent 50-mile-an-hour wave runners.
Right. And then when you're renting rave runners, they talk to you as if you've never been on one.
Right.
But I guess they have to.
My mom did tag us, though, with the movie. Nonas. You ever hear of Nonas?
No nose.
Nonas. Like the aunt, like a grandmother in Spanish or Italian? Nona.
No. Was it in Italian?
No, it wasn't. Vince Vaughn was in it, and it made me cry. It made me cry more than any movie's made me cry since Brian's song. Nonas. It just came out. And so we watched that, and then we ended up on a Vince Vaughn
Hold
kick.
on. So Arlene is doing family night movies with full-blown tearjerkers?
Oh, I was so mad. I'm like, Mom, I cried the whole freaking movie.
What about the
It was
kids?
really good.
No buddy
They cried.
comedies at all up there?
Oh, then then I said, okay, we're gonna do this. Now we're gonna watch Swingers. So I made my mom watch Swingers, and then we ended up watching Hacksaw Ridge, and so we just ended up this Vince Vaughn kick, and then we ended up they go downhill because we saw Dodgeball. My son's like, this is the dumbest movie I've ever seen.
Oh, no.
He hated it.
Oh, no.
I know. So disappointed. Didn't appreciate that comedy.
Man, that's a generational rift right there. It's not about how much kids are having sex. It's about, I thought Dodgeball would be one of those movies that would almost be like old school. I feel like just, transcend the
would stand
generations.
up.
Yeah.
Caddyshack, like one of those types of movies. But apparently it's not. He thought it was stupid.
Maybe it is. Maybe he's right. Patches O'Houlihan.
Maybe it shows us about. Maybe it gives an indication of us. Maybe we're stupid. In their eyes, maybe we're just stupid.
But Hacksaw Ridge is a good lesson. I mean, it's a violent movie, but it's a good lesson.
You watching violent movies with your mom?
Yeah, she thought it was a little violent.
This is when I get back. I'm gonna take a picture. I'm gonna talk about this picture here. Alligator Alcatraz. Now that's obviously
It's a real sign, or is that AI?
no. That's a real sign. They've put that up. I'm assuming that's real.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Alligator Alcatraz is now a week old, and is it not working out like it was supposed to be, because it looks like Trump has kind of distanced himself from it.
Well, no, a lot of the inmates are just complaining about mosquitoes and the rain.
Oh, okay. So
We all are.
welcome to
bitching
Florida.
about it too.
Dan lives in a $6 million home, and he's bitching about mosquitoes in the heat. So anyway, why can't this is we don't know how long this Alligator Alcatraz thing is going to last. It was a thing that's happening right now in our state. We don't know how long it's going to last. So what's wrong with a couple of, I guess, MAGA-like tourists taking a picture in front of the sign? What's the big deal?
This lady didn't like it.
Not at all.
Well, we'll talk about it next.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
What's up, Yinzer? Could be short stroker. Upper lips, little bug. Sunfire, more.
Candy rain.
Dan's Gringo can. It's funny. The Twart. Mercury does it. Bob Cook, King Powers. Rogerson. Berto. Thanks, Stacey G. Wayne Gallison. Vaughn. Thank you.
I'm fucking tired of Unsavory. Fuck him. He can fucking straight fuck off.
What's up, CC Hall?
He thinks he's all that. Fuck him. You and him can still be friends all you want, Seth. I could give a fuck. I know how he does. He tries to be friends with my fucking ancillary guys and fucking hate me. He's a piece of shit. All he does is talk shit. If you hate the show so fucking bad and it's not funny, then who's the joke on? You for listening to this. So go build your fucking cabinets. Go jack your dick. Just leave us the fuck alone. Nobody unblock him. Fuck him. Tired of his bullshit. I've tried to be nice to him. I've tried to extend the olive branch. And he's obsessed with fucking hating me. So I'm not gonna fucking deal with it. Fuck him. You got plenty of places to go spread your fucking hate. Why don't you make a fucking couple cabinets today and fucking lick my ball sack, you piece of shit.
Oh, Happy Jasper. Didn't see Tom there. Nah, we see Beta there. Didn't see Berto.
Fucking joke.
Patches all the way. What's up, Dan? Happy Blips.
Snook, you're right. He's just an absolute. What wasn't he the one that paid Blitz $9.99 for a fucking cameo?
No.
That was Bubba's Cankles.
That was who?
Bubba's Cankles.
Bubba's Cankles.
I have a cameo I need to do by today.
Oh, look at you. You dirt merchant.
Reject the loser. It's coming, buddy. You do today. Big. What happened? Big.
Let me do that. Fuck this on the front page today.
Big and greasy.
It's at 6, yeah.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
You live in Fort Walton Beach or the surrounding areas and you need a tractor or a skid steer or anything. Not only can you go get your any type of Harley or motorcycle, whether it's new, used, or service, at Emerald Coast Harley, owned by my good friend Gus. But of course, Gus now Lummy owns Big Gus Tractor and Equipment, 1490 Highway 98 West.
Yeah, they look like they got everything.
And Mary Esther, Oh, look what I got my eye on over here.
Whoa.
Look at this.
Oh, that's badass.
Yeah, I think he carries 2 brands of tractors, Mahindra, and is it Coyote? Coyote? It's the
quinoa?
Coyote sounds good to me.
Coyote looks right.
Coyote. Look at how sexy that
is
7340 PC is. Whew. Look at that.
Kirk's got something like that. It's
Kirk
fun
has
to play with.
Probably multiple. Look at that one. I actually think that the Coyote, these are like this Mahindra and Coyote are like 165 and 162, but I actually prefer. I think the Coyote's looks a little beefier.
I do. I think
than the maybe that's why it's a couple grand more than the Mahindra. I like the Coyote.
I like that one. Yeah, right there.
Oh yeah,
all red.
Gus, you want to send one of those down to my racetrack? I'd love to demo it out a little bit, my friend. So anyway, it is at 1490 Highway 98 West in Mary Esther. Big Gus Tractor and Equipment. They got everything.
They do.
They got, if you go to their main website, which is Big Gus Tract, it's bigggustractor.com. They got,
they got parts.
They got Mahindra tractors, Kyoto tractors, Zero Turn, tractor packages, Toros, JCB, Viper, Skag, of course.
Woo.
I'm not even going to mention the rest of the mowers. Start and stop at Skag, my friend. That's all you need. They got dump trailers.
Perfect.
That's you and I are always looking for a dump trailer.
Exactly.
I think the only guy
it's like a dump truck that hooks up like a trailer.
Yeah,
it'll lift up and empty.
Oh yeah,
the angles up.
Oh, these things are badass.
Yeah, they got nice ones nowadays.
Look at this. And so you put all your junk or your dirt or whatever you're hauling in this thing, and then it has these doors that open up, and then it has this hydraulic system that dumps it.
Yep.
Oh, that's cool.
And then then you go and it's got. Look at how beefy. Let me go back one. Look how beefy the tongue is, Dan.
Wow.
See, you gotta have a real.
Oh my God, you gotta have a real truck. Well, how much does something like that cost?
I don't know. I mean, see, $12,000.
Really?
Yeah, buy
I would
40.
think it'd be like
buy
30,
10 of
40.
them.
Yeah.
Good thing about these things. Not only can you haul that thing, like material and trash and things like that, but you could also throw your mower in there and whatever the hell you want.
Oh, easy.
Do. So anyway, Big Gus,
cool.
Appreciate you, Big Gus Tractor and Equipment in Mary Esther. I'm going to be calling Big Gus and see if I can get me one of those Kia, whatever the hell they are. Is it Coyote?
It looks like it was Coyote.
Yeah, Coyote.
Look like Coyote.
Here's the picture I was talking about. What is our September rain? Well, you know what? That'd be interesting to see what she looks like, right? The girl that's the person that has a problem with 2 people that are taking a picture in front of Alligator Alcatraz. Let's see what she's all about. Trump is destroying democracy. This is totally un-American. Let's see what's un-American.
Immigrants who have a constitutional right to due process. This is totally un-American. It is un-American to violate the due process rights of immigrants who have a constitutional right to due process. This has been totally untransparent. They're not giving us any answers, and they actually wouldn't let us in. They denied us entry, even though it is our statutory authority to provide oversight as elected lawmakers who are here to represent the people.
Bridget Bruchalski, Wink News.
And this is new video showing more flooding inside the detention center. This was on Tuesday, the day it opened. All of this from just a normal afternoon shower.
Oh, love me. So they're already having problems down there?
While the concerns grow inside the facility, Democratic state leaders want to inspect it for themselves. Wink News reporter Bridget Bruchalski tells us what happened when they arrived.
Alligator Alcatraz, a detention center built in just several days, surrounded by barbed wire and swampy waters in the heart of the Everglades. State leaders say they came to check on the conditions inside, but were blocked from entry. They're now raising questions about transparency and who this facility is really holding.
I see a lot of Sunbelt rental units. Look at that one. Look at that one.
Yeah.
Hold on.
They got the light package. Yeah,
they got the light tower there. They got the lull there. They got another lull there.
This is totally un-American. It is un-American to violate.
Who's this guy represent?
The due process rights of immigrants who have a constitutional right to due process. This has been totally untransparent. They're not giving us any answers, and they actually wouldn't let us in. They denied us entry, even though it is our statutory authority to provide oversight as elected lawmakers who are here to represent the people.
Bridget Bruchalski, Wink News.
Oversight doesn't mean access.
So this is this girl here. Let me see if I can. Yeah, I have to go back one on her to get. Here we go. So she says,
thinking that it's fun. They are.
Let me. She might
Here's
be
a family.
She might be from this area.
Yeah.
Or maybe somebody else posted this and she just reposted it. Here we go.
Yeah, the Beach Z Hub or whatever.
They are.
Beach Hub.
Here's a family thinking that it's fun to kill people. There's their faces.
Hold on. I don't think Alligator Alcatraz is equipped or is supposed to be killing people.
Oh, you didn't see the guillotine, the Sunbelt guillotine in the back?
No.
They are. Here's a family thinking that it's fun to kill people. There's their faces.
She's going to get killed for being too close to the side of the road.
Figure out who they are, what they do for a living.
What, is she trying to dox them?
Yeah.
Just because
they took a picture in front of a sign.
picture in front of a sign.
Right.
A public sign. They took a picture. So they're MAGA. So they're sucking the Donald Trump D. They think it's cool. Alligator Alcatraz. And so, you want to dox these people. You want to find out who they are and make their life miserable. And the only thing they did wrong, like they didn't come to your house and egg it. They didn't get up in your face and get nasty. They didn't call you names. They don't care where you work and your beliefs. They're on the little family vacation from wherever, and they're guilty of taking a picture of a sign that obviously our county or state government put up.
Oh, look, he's going to go get a friend. He's so intimidated.
You know what he probably said?
Thanks for your service.
Thank you for your service.
Give a thumbs up.
Yeah, I mean that's probably what this guy said.
He's so intimidated.
Making sure everything's good. He's like, "Are we okay? Yeah, okay. Thank you for your service."
Oh, but this woman wants to completely cheat. Completely turn what this interaction potentially may be. She wants to turn it into something.
He's so intimidated. There he is. Put him out there. Figure out who he is.
Now,
oh yeah, put your kid at risk.
Meanwhile, he probably has like 3 foster kids. He probably is real active in his church.
Is this a threat?
Oh, well, yeah,
is this a threat? Go ahead and let's find out who this guy is. He's put his kid out there. Like, isn't this as wrong as, well, first of all, it's his First Amendment right to take a picture in front of a sign. He's not impeding traffic. Him and his family aren't arm in arm, like blocking the roadway for some stupid cause. They are simply taking a picture. That's all they're doing.
In front of a sign that's become almost a meme.
That's become a sign that's a controversial issue, and went up to a police officer and either said, "Am I good?" or "Thank you for your service." That's all. That's all he said. So this woman's trying to dox this guy.
There he is, guys. Get his face out there. All my followers. There's his family.
Hold on. All my father. Hold on. Listen.
Face out there. All my followers. There's his family. Figure out where they work, where they live.
That's wrong.
Well, this bitch needs to do some heavy lifting, okay? She can't have all her followers try to do the doxing.
Well, she's got 12,700 on her TikTok. I sent you her TikTok.
But that's wrong, man.
Yeah.
That's completely wrong. Now, if you're out doing something wrong and you're videotaping it and then you try to dox the people and say,
They love killing people and children.
I don't understand the killing people and children, Bubba.
Tell me right now how many kids and how many people have been killed in Alligator Alcatraz? Now let me. I think there's been some mosquito bites. There's been some uncomfortable humid nights. But I don't think that Alligator Alcatraz was ever positioned to the public to be a killing place.
I don't see anything on the internet.
Where was she in Auschwitz in the 30s,
Well, they ran not hanging outside with the cell phone, ratting people out, or that would have been over a lot quicker.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to get a hold of her.
I sent you her TikTok if you want to look at it.
Okay,
it's because it's Beach Zub.
Beach Zub.
Giggy SoCal.
She looks pretty good in her bikini.
Now, let me. Is she from California?
Oh my God. Is that her?
Is this her?
Uh-oh, I think you woke up this morning misinformed. The hate's on the left, not on the MAGA side. And sweetie, let me explain.
No, these are just ones. I think her profile picture is her because she has the red. She hides her face in
that
the red.
That is 100% not her.
I know. You see the red?
Yeah.
The red
right
is
here?
her. Yeah.
This is her?
Yeah, to the
red half?
Right here?
The red half, yeah.
Okay, here.
Here's the thing. We're watching the fall of the country in real time with this move against California that Trump is doing. And the thing that is even funnier about it is that all it does how little power Trump actually has. Because if you look at the power dynamics of this, California is the fourth biggest economy in the entire world. It is going to be the place where AGI, the biggest technological advantage that we will ever see as a human species that will fundamentally shift our reality, is going to come out of. As well as an actual physical strategic position to be able to block.
I wonder if the family of three, the little boy and the mom and the dad, if they could get that video, send it to. Listen, there's that's a terroristic threat. Dan, you know that people can't threaten others in some way, shape, or form. These people.
Doxing is a veiled threat. It's
no, but
not
hold on,
threatening to kill them.
To say that they condone killing of children and adults, and to say for all of my listeners, find out who these people are, find out where they work, where they go to school. That's borderline. That's
borderline
real
slander.
Borderline.
Well, if you go back to her TikTok and get out of this one, it looks like all she does is sit outside Alligator Alcatraz. Because look, she's trying to get them to also sunbelt.
Well, you're a piece of shit.
She keeps taking videos of
it. This, Bubba.
And you're ugly and you suck a bag of dicks. 'Cause you're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit.
Yeah. I was gonna say she's trying to have the boycott sunbelt.
Meanwhile, she's in California.
Is she?
You say you love this country.
She's really tore up over this Alligator Alcatraz gimmick, is she not?
God.
Really care.
What was she doing before Alcatraz?
America is dying. I don't see no love, no.
They are.
Well, she has to be in Florida if she keeps. She's videotaping it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if that's her necessarily taking the video, but it sounds much like her.
Well, she's got a lot of the next one's Sunbelt. Now she's trying to get a thing about Sunbelt.
Which one? Where's the
right after the one you just watched, the one with the box
right
truck.
Here? This one?
No, keep going down.
Left.
Yeah, right there.
Right here. Oh, okay.
Sunbelt Rentals, guys.
Hold on. Meanwhile, listen, Sunbelt Rentals, just a business. They're dropping off some light towers and whatever else these people, the government has, or the state of Florida has rented.
But you think anybody that follows a lady on this channel needs heavy lifting equipment?
No.
Yeah, she's not hurt. She's not hurting them at all.
Yeah.
There, everyone, it sees this. Boycott Sunbelt Rentals.
But it looks like
Sunbelt Rentals, guys.
her last 6 videos of her sitting outside Alligator Alcatraz.
What is she going to do if she sees a Starbucks truck go through there? Is she going to not have coffee for the rest of her life?
No, she just won't show that.
Man, this is exactly what's wrong. You know what? What's wrong with our country isn't the person or the family that took a picture.
Oh, go down to the Mangione picture with the shirtless backpack. See what she says about him.
Right here?
Yep. Oh, yeah, she likes him. And he actually committed murder. See, she supports him.
Right.
She likes murder.
Yeah, I mean,
Hypocrisy's deafening.
Okay, let's see. I mean, there's just so much. Man, this has to be the leftist leaning.
Jesus, strong.
Completely, like, what do they call?
What she has to say about Kamala?
Hey, I'm on vacation every single day because I love my occupation. Hey,
I just thought it looked like
That's cute. That was a cute video. I have no problem with that one. But the one about the
I already got rid of it.
Oh, you got rid of her.
This is her. This is not her TikTok. This is her ex.
Well, no, this isn't. This is just September Rain posting that lady's.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
So, Donald Trump was asked about sending weapons to Ukraine. It looks like this Ukraine-Russia deal isn't going to be getting any better. In fact, I'm a little bit concerned now that it could get not out of hand, but way escalated. Because obviously talks between him and Putin aren't going well. Talks between him and Zelensky at first weren't going well. Probably he had to get Zelensky to try to back it down a notch, which he did. Then he went back to Putin, and Putin said no. Putin's being a real dick here. In my opinion, the only way we would have to do what Trump says we're fixing to do is that he has had contact, or Marco Rubio or whoever has had contact with Putin or Putin's officials, and they're not backing down.
Yeah, Bubba, I read an interesting book over the break too, called "The World's for Sale," and it was about.
You read books?
Yeah, I read books.
Okay, I was saying.
Jesus,
why you're smart.
And it was about the commodity trades of the last 50 years, and when fuel prices jumped, that really empowered both Iran as well as Russia, because they were able to really capitalize on their natural resources. And so bringing fuel prices down castrates Russia and prevents them from having that power, because they can't generate that money. And so, I think that the Russian goal right now is to get this over with as quickly as possible, because they're using up that money that they made over the last 4 years with the giant fuel prices, because now the fuel prices are coming down.
And so you're saying that Russia's, not as strong financially as when, fuel was $4 a gallon, $3.80 a gallon,
or a barrel, whatever it is, a barrel. $80 a barrel, $90 a barrel versus $40 a barrel. Yeah, that's when they make all their money.
Are you planning to send more weapons to Ukraine?
We're going to send some more weapons. We have to. They have to be able to defend themselves. They're getting hit very hard now. They're getting hit very hard. We're going to have to send more weapons. Yeah, defensive weapons primarily, but they're getting hit very, very hard. So many people are dying in that mess.
Are you planning to send more weapons?
So, I
sent you an article from Newsweek, Trump kind of talking about his last talk with Putin.
Yeah, we should also send less food to Putin. That would be a real threat, because they would depend on our food as well.
Oh, they depend on
our grain. They've bought millions and millions of tons of grain from us over the last 20 years. Yes,
and so
we could manipulate the world with commodities. It's really food and fuel.
Now, don't we have enough fuel in our like, we don't really have to import fuel if we didn't want to?
We have plenty.
Here we go. Is this it right here?
Yeah.
You once said that you would end the Ukraine war in 24 hours. You later said that sarcastically.
Well, of course it was sarcastic.
But you've now been in office for 5 months and 5 days. Why have you not been able to end the Ukraine war?
Because it's more difficult than people would have any idea. Vladimir Putin has been more difficult. Frankly, I had some problems with Zelensky. You may have read about him. And it's been more difficult than other wars. Look, we just ended a war in 12 days that was simmering for 30 years, frankly. We ended Rwanda and the Congo. It's coming to sign the documents. We've already signed basic documents, but they're coming, I think, to the White House on Friday. We ended, Serbia was going to go at it. But maybe the most important of all, India and Pakistan.
I didn't even know about those excursions.
Oh, India and Pakistan lit up. Yeah, absolutely. They were saber rattling a lot over the last month. But, you know, you can't end a war if neither one wants to end it. And Zelensky doesn't want to end it.
So, if you're familiar with podcasting, this is one of, I wouldn't say, well, it's probably one of the most, it's top 10 any podcasting chart you look at, it's usually top 10. It's a woman named Alex Cooper. She originally had a girl, I think was her name Sophia? The original duo, the Call Her Daddy.
I don't remember. I don't recall.
I think so. The original, it was two girls, a blonde and a brunette, and they did it from their little New York apartment, and they would just talk about going out as a couple hot 26-year-olds and getting laid and, you know, giving oral and hooking up with famous athletes and just being like kind of a slut, kind of slutty. And it really, you know, women flocked to it. And then then they had a breakup where the blonde decided to stay the course with Portnoy. And by the way, it all started, I think Seth originally started on Portnoy's deal on Barstool. I think that was their very first major distribution was on Barstool. And they made pretty good money. I think they made I think their first contract was they made $350,000 a piece or something like that. And
it looks like they were having problems, her and Sophia. And
right,
they were making $350. Their podcast went from 12,000 downloads to 2 million in 2 months, and then they wanted to renegotiate.
Right, and so Alex renegotiated with Portnoy in good faith, but the brunette had some slinging D boyfriend that thought he was some kind of agent and was playing tough and hardball. And so Portnoy went to Alex and said, "Can you do this on your own, just with guests? We'll provide an unlimited and Miley Cyrus?
Miley Cyrus?
Miley Cyrus." And they just would parade, A, B list, people in there, and Alex would, bond with them. And so then I think they defected from Barstool, and she signed her first real big deal with Spotify.
Yes.
And that was for 50 or 60 million?
60 million.
So yeah, and she did 2 years?
3 years.
She did 3 years. Now, was it 3 years, 60 million, or was it 60 mil a year?
3 years, 60 million.
So 20 million a year.
Great contract.
Yeah, just her too. And they threw the Sophia bitch out. Then SiriusXM comes tongue a wagging and cuts them a new deal, and I think she's on $100 million plus year deal. Not per year, but her total compensation I think is over $100 million. Is it in that?
3 year, 125 million.
3 year, $125 million. Now, it's everybody is predicting that Howard will not come back in January. Howard's deal ends the last day of this fiscal year, 2025. His deal ends. So SiriusXM, who by the way own Pandora, and put all this and cut a $100 million deal with Jason Bateman and his Smartless?
Yes,
his Smartless podcasting franchise, and then cut another $105 or $10 million deal for Conan's podcasting franchise and library, and then a $125 million deal with Alex Cooper and her podcasting. And meanwhile, they fired every radio personality that's ever, been somewhat good and could move the needle. Opie and Anthony, Bubba the Love Sponge, Ron and Fez, Rich and Cavino. I think Jim Norton and Sam are now gone. So they got this new CEO or something like that, and they've done this research project, and it's widely known in the industry magazines that SiriusXM's had like 2 or 3, maybe 4 down quarters in a row where they're actually losing subscriptions because Howard's getting old, and people know that he's going to probably ride out into the sunset, and they've not replaced Howard or have an alternative to what life's going to be like after Howard. They've gone on and put all their chips into podcasting. And they have to realize by the way, and Pandora, I think, is just bleeding money because really there's only one person in that space, and it's Spotify. I mean, Spotify is.
But it used to be Pandora, didn't it? I mean, that used to be the way to go, and now it seems like no one even talks about it anymore.
I know Seth might know more about who's perceived as being.
I don't know who listens. I don't know
the cool kid in that space, but I think it's Spotify,
Apple Music and Spotify.
Yeah, Apple Music and Spotify.
Yeah, all the bands try to get on Spotify.
Yeah, so the acquisition of Pandora has killed SiriusXM because they've gone to this, they've tried to make Pandora this sexy little thing so now I think they are trying to potentially move this Alex Cooper and these other 2, Conan, Jason Bateman, these podcasting franchises onto the actual Sirius XM radio, satellite radio platform. And it's not working out because people that listen to satellite radio are not necessarily podcasting fans. They can be, but when they're in their Sirius XM radio lane, they want to be something that's a little bit more like radio.
But doesn't streaming sort of make Sirius satellite radio obsolete? It seems like it's no longer necessary.
Sirius satellite radio used to be the sexiest guy on the dashboard. They're no longer that with the technology of Apple CarPlay and the ability to basically plug your phone in to your car and navigate through your phone what you want your car speakers to play.
Yeah, it seems like unnecessary technology now.
So they have now switched gears and they're like, we need to get, a radio, kind of maybe start concentrating back on the radio side of things because the majority, over 60% of their audience are men that are in their vehicles, like truckers. And, people over the road salesmen and people, that's where nobody listens to Sirius XM through their app or anything like that. Like, the majority of Sirius XM's audience is people who still conventionally listen it on the dashboard. And those people don't want, the call, is it call her or call me?
Call her daddy.
Call her daddy. And so
they just want to listen to old Beatles songs.
Well, they may want to, but they also might want to listen to some compelling talk, or they might want to listen to guy skewing stuff. So listen, man, the Chicago, Illinois, home of the Chicago Cubs, has a tradition on the 7th inning. It was, I don't know if it was started by Harry Carey, but he certainly made it famous. And it's the seventh inning stretch, and it is take me out to the ball game.
They all do it. Every stadium does it.
Do they?
Every single Philadelphia did it. Yeah.
Well,
Rays do it. Everyone does it.
Chicago's one of the most famous ones of all because it was led usually by the 7th inning. Harry Carey was drunk. And he would be like, Lemmy, you could probably find me some drunk Harry Carey, 7th inning, take me out to the ball game. And he was just, Harry Carey is a absolute Chicago darling franchise, and, you just, everybody loves Harry Carey and everybody, and you have to be a real, like Bill Murray and Eddie Vedder from Stone Temple, from Pearl Jam. These guys are all Chicago. You've had famous Chicago people come back and do take me out to the ball game, and the fans go crazy. And it's not about how good you are, but it's about the enthusiasm that you put forth. Did you send me one?
I was going to say William Taft was the first person to do the seventh inning stretch.
President?
Yeah, because he
Taft?
needed to stand up because he was sitting for so long, and when he stood up, it was between the seventh inning to the rest of the.
This sounds so made up.
Wow.
Well, no, because
he needed to stand
and it's not what I asked for either. I asked for some.
I'm getting it, but I was trying to just.
But the Chicago fan. Okay, thank you for the explanation of the seventh inning stretch. It was fat ass President William Taft.
We got to dive into that later because that doesn't sound true.
Yeah,
Right.
They didn't have video. We just have a painting of him standing up.
So, like the Chicago fans, man, I mean, you got to really suck in order for them to boo you because they're tuned up by the seventh. And they're used to it. You know, it doesn't have to be good. You just got to show respect to the format to the formatics of what you're doing. You just got to show respect. That here we go. This is one of the most infamous. Okay. I gotta get a commercial here, of course.
But one of the best ways to alienate people is to disrespect tradition of a sport.
You know what, Dan? That's what I was exactly trying to say.
That's what we were trying to spit out.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. And when there's such an ingrained tradition that goes back to William Taft or Abe Lincoln, you can't disrespect it.
No,
you
don't even have to be good. You just got to be. The Chicago Cubs fans are really forgiving. You know, they just want you to take it like it's a real, take it responsibly. Here's the most famous the seventh inning stretch, take me out to the ball game, the infamous rest in peace Harry Carey.
I sent you the top 10 too.
What's that?
I sent you what the Cubs put out, the top 10 for everyone that's done it.
So no, listen. So Harry was always part of the deal. Was Harry was drunk, so he would a lot of times just get him going a little bit. Then he would take the microphone and like put it out over the ledge and let the fans sing it because he was so hammered.
This is the last time this year, so let me hear you, good and loud. All right, Gary. One, two. Three, take me out to the...
See, Harry's not even singing.
No.
So I don't know who has this brilliant idea, whether it's a Cubs deal or it's a Sirius XM deal, but they bring in the host of Call Her Daddy, Alex Cooper, to sing the seventh inning stretch. By the way, Lummy, you said you sent me the top
10 the Cubs put out.
Cubs put out the top 10.
And it was an Alex
Having
Cooper
insurance
night.
isn't the same as
What's that?
They did an Alex Cooper night at the Cubs game.
Oh, they did?
Yes.
Is there a bobblehead?
And am I correct? Bill Murray and both Eddie Vedder have been part of this. Yeah.
Ozzy Osbourne, Mike Ditka. I mean, they've had a lot of people.
Michael Jordan ever do it?
I don't know about that one.
Man, people would go crazy. Cubs top 10 seventh inning stretch moments. Oh, Jesus, come on. Oh, my God, give me...
Take me, Mr. T.
Now, if Mr. T does it better than you, you really suck.
A two.
See, you got to know the formatics of it. And that's one. You got to start it out by saying a 1, a 2, and a 3. That's how you got to start it. Now, had Alex Cooper started it that way, I don't think she did. Then you are showing the Cubs fans that you know what this event is about. You've done some research and you know how sacred this is, and so you got to do it spot on. And it starts out with a 1 and a 2 and a 3. And I think when I go over and finally play the Alex Cooper, you'll see that she didn't do any of that.
A 3. Take me.
Cubs fans know you know what's going on when you started out with give me a 1, 2, 3. As a Cub fan, but you can tell. Yeah.
Playing his last regular season game at the Wrigley Field, Lowry, Oregon. You ready, Gary?
For 33 years, it's been an honor to entertain you guys. Now let's hear it like Harry would say. Gary, let me hear you. A 1, a 2.
See, you know the format.
A 3. Take me out to the
All right, I'm gonna fast forward.
Yeah, there's Ozzy. Ozzy's coming up, and then Dick.
I'm gonna fast forward after they get going.
Delighted to honor the memory of Harry Carey, and to quote Harry.
Oh man, what another icon, Vince Scully, play-by-play for the Dodgers, another legendary.
Let me hear you. A 1.
See, Lummy, again.
You gotta.
You gotta start it out with a 1 and a 2 and a 3. That shows the Cubs fan you know what you're talking about.
A 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game.
Beautiful voice.
Please join Dutchy Carey in the singing of Take Me Out to the Ball Game.
Oh, so this is Harry's wife. Dutchy.
Oh, yeah, 98. Yeah, we died.
Yeah, he died, and they brought Dutchy out.
You, the greatest fans in all of baseball.
That's got to be cool for her. I think he used to talk about 7th inning, only a couple hours away from me being home with Dutchy. I think he would. I think a lot of times he would talk about Dutchy on his broadcast. Hold on. I bet you she does it, Lummy.
I hope so.
Yep.
I wonder if Ozzy does it, right?
Here you go. Here's Ozzy. Let's see if Ozzy does a 1, 2, and 3. If Ozzy, as heroin and junkied up as he was, if he gives a 1, a 2, and a 3, it just shows you how horrible Alex Cooper really is.
I want to hear a real crazy crowd start singing with me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I can't hear you. Are you ready? 1.
Even Ozzy Osbourne.
2, 3. Let's go out to the ball.
Oh my God, he's horrible. But how about the hot smoking blondes right there from Schaumburg? How about that? What the 2 Naperville bitches?
Let's go out to the road.
Oh, he doesn't even know.
Take me in. I don't remember what I have
I didn't see any words.
Oh my God. Cubs players like, man, that dude's drunk.
3, 2, 3 strikes, you're out.
Well, Mike. Thank God he didn't sound like that as his last concert.
Yeah, he sounded actually pretty good.
For your house, no matter what conditions.
Okay, I don't need to get to mid-roll.
If you need to sell your house for any reason.
Mike Ditka's in the building.
Oh, by the way, Chicago loves Mike Ditka. Mike Ditka, Walter Payton.
He's royalty.
Michael Jordan.
But we're
Seth, who's the most famous Black Hawk? The most famous Black Hawk.
Probably.
Didn't Tony Esposito play goalie for them for a while?
Maybe Bobby Hall.
Yeah, Bobby Hall. Yeah.
We're going to have to take over unless he gets here very quickly. Yeah, I know. Believe me, folks, we booed too. Okay, you ready?
Dick is late.
Here he comes. Hold on. Hold on. This is a dramatic pause. And as we speak, Mike Ditka has made it. And boy, am I happy.
God, Chicago loves him, and he looks good. He still is like rugged as hell. He's like our version of Mike Allstott. You know what I'm saying?
As happy as
looks like he can still play. You look at Mike Allstott, man. That guy looks like he can still play.
all of you. Mr. Ditka, please take
A 1.
Even he knows.
And a 2. And a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd.
He's so fucked.
All these happy that's a grand George Jackson. I don't care if I ever get back. I will run up for the whole team.
He was doing blowing his limo before that's why he was so
You know,
late.
that organ grinder, though, caught up to him. Did you notice that? Like,
Yeah.
he sped up, too. He's like, we got to get this out.
Here's Bill Murray, a Chicago native.
A 2. A 3. Take me out to the ball game.
He might be the best.
Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts.
Out to the ball game, all the way from Sesame Street.
Oh, come on. This is where they jump the shark.
Cookie Monster.
The Riz is doing it next week.
The Riz.
Cub fans! Today, C is for Cubbies! Yeah, alright, let me hear ya, Gary! A 1,
He knew.
A 2, A 3, take me out to the ball!
Last time this year.
All right, so we just saw this
let me
one.
hear you. Good.
So we got to find the number one.
David Ross, I'd like to belt this one out for
Yeah, I think is this Eddie Vedder?
I think it is.
you.
I think this is Eddie Vedder from Pearl Jam. Let me see if it says.
That's Eddie Vedder.
Yeah, I think it's during the World Series, yeah.
Yeah, and it's at their World Series. It's the first time, they had hosted a World Series since like 1850 or something.
Belt this one out for you.
I love to hear him because, this is a real singer.
He's got a beautiful voice.
It's his last game at Wrigley. Let's sing it for him. Let's sing it with Harry. Come on, Harry. Oh, 1. Oh, 2.
Oh, they piped in Harry doing the 1, 2, 3 gimmick.
Nice.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd.
All right, anyway, here is Alex Cooper from Call Her Daddy podcast on Sirius XM, and the Cub fans were not feeling it. They're like, get this bitch out of here. You are screwing up a very sacred tradition.
All right, Daddy Gang, Cubs fans, are you ready? A 1, a 2,
Oh, she did the 2.
a 3.
And then she gets into this like guy voice.
They just don't like him. She didn't do anything wrong, Bubba. She didn't do a damn thing wrong. They just don't like her.
You're right. She didn't do a damn thing wrong. They just don't like her.
No.
Probably didn't know. I mean, you got to probably understand, what is it, probably 60, 70% men at a baseball game?
Yeah.
And so you got an artist whose, I think, audience composition, what would be Call Her Daddy? Probably 80 to 90% women. most of these guys.
Yeah, but they would like a pretty girl. I mean, why would they want a pretty girl to sing? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. They must really despise her.
Yeah.
That's bizarre.
When I return, Jake Paul pursuing legal action against Piers Morgan. Why? Piers Morgan is a form of the media. He was doing a journalistic interview. He basically questioned your ability. And now you're going to sue him for, what, slander?
Yeah, because that Tyson fight wasn't rigged.
I mean, like, come on now. Brother, you got to have thicker skin. If you're going to be the huge franchise that you are, you got to have thicker skin. We'll get to that next. And then there are people that are complaining, I guess legitimate boxers, that the WBC came out with they ranked him. He's now officially ranked 14th. And I don't know if he's a heavyweight or what division he's in, but he's now ranked 14th, and they're just up in arms about that. And my opinion of that is that's great. Let him fight some legitimate. If you're 14, you fight the number 7 guy, right? To see if you can beat the 7 guy.
Dude, he's not trying to become a boxing champion. He's here to make a hell of a ton of money, and that's what he's doing.
But I think that. In accepting the 14th ranking, you kind of are becoming a boxer. I mean, you're trying to legitimize yourself as a boxer. But
that's kind of like Curly from the Harlem Globetrotters getting ranked for an NBA draft.
I mean, but has Jake Paul expressed fighting other people than handpicked bums? or does I mean, I know he carries a belt around. What's that belt? What federation is that belt? He declares himself the champion of some. I mean, he declares himself enough to wear a belt and carry a belt around.
What belt does he carry?
Because he's the Bubba Army, best co-host belt.
I mean, maybe it's his own belt. Maybe it's the champion of the Jake Paul-ness. We'll get into that next. We got to get into the Texas flooding. This is horrific. It really, really, really is. And Macho Man sent me a report that the county that's noted for I think they call it flash flood county. By the way, Mach, your microphone is up. That they were scheduled to get flash flooding governmental FEMA assistance, and the state of Texas denied that county that funding. I think that's what he sent me.
Yeah, that's about right.
And
and for some reason that county was denied even though they requested the upgrades to the system.
Right.
And it wasn't by the federal government, it was by the Texas state government.
Right. We'll get into all that and more next.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Shit. He's the champion of himself.
Yeah, he said he's the most valuable boxer.
Hey Seth, by some reason, did you do shoulders yesterday?
No.
The machine on the very, very closest there to the wall by my Jordan Love deal?
No. Why?
Because I went on there yesterday to do it, and whoever did it was a fucking. It was too. No, I'm just saying, like, was strong.
Oh, I thought it was like dirty or something, like greasy.
No, it was nothing wrong. I'm like, is this what Seth's pushing around?
No, not at all. I don't do a lot on.
I don't know if somebody, because it was
it's gotta be Gino. It's gotta be 7-Eleven.
Not that much weight. This was like maybe Macho. Oh, yeah. But so I got on there, I go, fuck, is this what Seth is pushing around? I feel like a pussy.
No. I mean, no. I mean, yes.
You want to hold on again? Come to it. Yeah, when we hit the topic, if you want to pop back on, put you on hold. Alright. What's up, Matthew M? Thank you much. What's up, Longwood? Snizzuk, Third Merchant, April Cherry, good morning. What's up, Paper Towel Willie? What's up, Alan Close?
I need that.
Got Big Gus.
Big Gus. And then I'm going to mention my, speaking of new fans, I got Sue, a woman named Sue and her husband, the Bulldog.
Okay.
Out of Michigan that listened to the show. And the Bulldog considers himself locally world famous.
Oh, the Bulldog does?
Yeah, he's got this thing called the Bulldog Chicken Tenders.
Nice. What's up, Steve? What's up, Bill, man? 3-pound peanut. Is that an expression for something? Yes. All the kids know it.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lumage, good news, Lumage.
What's the great news? More knives coming in?
500 more.
Whoa.
So I won't sell out. No, I take that back. I think 250. These are so badass. Dan, did you get one?
Yes, I did.
Oh my God, they're so badass. Don't take it on a plane, Dan.
No, I
know. So Bub Army merch, Bub Army store, BubArmyShop.com. They'll be here soon. I don't know what else she's ordered. I looked into yesterday, Lummy. $10 from Kenneth Nelson. Thank you very much. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. All at the Bubba Army. I'm looking into right now those sun shirts. Let me like the Huck. Like those.
Oh yeah.
Kind of
long sleeve fishing shirts.
Long shirt, like long sleeve. It mostly fishing people to them, but like lawn dogs and guys outside for an extended period of time. Seth, do you go outside like for a walk or anything like that, or do you cover up or anything, or you just go bare chested with all that with all your chest hair hanging out?
I'm a big protector of the sun, but no shirts in the pool.
Yeah, but your hair is like SPF, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, but so Seth, like, would you wear one of these new sun shirts you don't wear anything. You know what? I don't think I've ever seen you in a Bubba Army shirt, ever. Do you hate me that much, lover? Just asking for a friend.
Man, this is the same. This is the same routine we did my first time around.
No, I just never see you.
Yeah. No, I know. What, you weren't on the LinkedIn? It's
Would you stop it?
Yeah, no. I mean, it's
Would you stop it?
I hate it here.
I just want. You're just more open about it now, right?
Yeah. I feel better.
I don't got some asshole over here getting me fired, so I can kind of roll around a little looser about how much I hate you, Bubba.
I wore my Bubba Army sweatshirt to the mailbox on Saturday in the rain.
Well, I didn't see that.
Well, of course you don't see it. It's clothes, man.
Seth, you have to wear it here.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't have to wear it anywhere. Anyway, Lummy, we have some new listeners out of just outside of Detroit. And of course they're a little bit older, so I think they probably catch us on Facebook. It's Sweet Sue and the Bulldog. That's her husband, the Bulldog, and he owns an electrical company up there. And they listen to the show, and the Bulldog has he's very famous for these Bulldog chicken tenders that he makes. He makes them for like on 4th of July, everybody went to the Bulldog's house and ate chicken fingers. And then he's got this this shirt that says which I kind of like, Bulldog chicken tenders, locally world famous. I like that. Dan, that would apply to a lot of us, especially like you, Dan. You're not world famous. People might know about your implants in Minneapolis, but, they really know about your implants in Tampa, Florida.
Right.
So you're locally world famous.
Right, exactly.
So Sue and the Bulldog appreciate you.
Are you trying the Bulldog's tenders for your next food review, or what's going on here?
Where are they?
When I go up north.
No, just Frito freeze. Just send them with some dry ice or whatever they do.
Yeah.
Maybe he could send them uncooked and pre-breaded, and then I would have to cook. Or you're right. Seth, could he make them and then freeze them and then dry ice them down?
Yeah.
And then you could just put them in like an air
fryer.
Yeah.
What have we often thought about? What did we do before air fryers? It's almost
George Foreman.
It's almost like the microwave of the 70s. You know what I'm saying? Remember, and now I scoff at them. Unless you're just trying to heat up some water or some mac and cheese or something, microwaves, you can't bring a piece of pizza back.
No, it gets suit soft and then it gets like doughy.
Yeah,
it's gross. It's the worst thing for bread.
And exactly, anything that's bread based, a microwave will kill. But an air fryer will crisp that bitch right up.
Yeah.
So. What did we do? I bet you everybody in the studio. God dang, look how hot she is. Oh, I just missed it. I bet you everybody. I'm talking about that Channel 10 chick. Lummy, I'm not obsessed with her, but I just really have.
You're obsessed with her.
A huge appreciation by how beautiful she is. She's so beautiful.
She's got a nice tan now too.
I bet you every one of us has an air fryer. Seth?
Yeah, I got 4 of them.
4?
Yeah.
Lummy, I got 2. I got 2 ninjas.
I got 2.
You got 2?
Yes, sir.
I only have 1, Bubba.
I have 1.
You only have 1?
Well, we had 2, but now I have 1.
Somebody else took the other one. Is that what you're going to say?
Oh, no.
I had 2, but I had 2. Hold on. Story of my life. I had 2, and I'm fixing to have 1.
Right.
That's the new #1 country song. Is I used to have 2 air fryers, now I have 1.
I used to have 2 trucks, now I got 1. Used to have 2 air fryers, now I got 1.
Right.
Used to have 2 jet skis, now I got 1.
Yeah, 2 bikes.
We'll let AI finish that one up.
Yeah, exactly. Hello, who's this?
Bubba, this is Steve in Columbia.
Hi, Steve. Now, Columbia.
How you doing,
hold on, Columbia, the country?
No, I wish. South Carolina.
Okay, Columbia, South Carolina. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Hey, you were talking about the Wrigley Field Take Me Out to the Ball Game stuff. They had Jeff Gordon in one time. And, Chicago's pretty particular, and they love Wrigley Field. And he called it Wrigley Stadium, and they booed him out of the place.
Yeah, you just gotta know the formatics of it and not make it a joke. Like that Alex Cooper, she knew the formatics. A 1 and a 2 and a 3, and then just be respectful of the tradition. Try to stay on time with the organ guy. Really put maybe a couple instances, instead of making it about you, put the microphone out for the fans because that's what Harry Carey did, and have your handlers do a little background check that it's Wrigley Field, that and you like maybe you would even say, Seth, if I was doing it, I'd be like saying, first of all, I want to say this is for R.I.P. to the great Harry Carey. Like you get a pop right there. R.I.P. to the great Harry Carey.
I mean, we're not cutting a promo in WWE. I mean, you're singing the damn song.
I know, but if you don't know anything about it and you're not going to take it seriously, they're going to boo you out of the park. There's a couple little things you could do to really, really better yourself with the audience. And if you said, "What's up, Wrigley Field? First of all, I want to do a big shout out to the man that made this song popular, Harry Carey. Here, okay, Gary, give me a 1, a 2, and a 3." I mean, Ozzy was drunk on somas, and they cheered him. I mean, he was the worst, Lummy, and he was rated like the 7th greatest of all time.
I sent you the Jeff Gordon one.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
And they booed him right out of the stadium.
Yeah.
Fantastic. What else you got for me, sir?
Nothing else. Just love you, Bubba.
I love you.
Doing what you're doing.
I love you too, buddy. And by what means do you catch us?
Florida Man Radio.
Florida Man Radio. Appreciate that. Fort Walton Beach, soon to be another place. Let me. I got in so much trouble because I guess they're not hearing this, but you know that John Cracciola, the owner of JVC Broadcasting, bought the Piz Animal City stations. Well, of course, I get on they got this flamethrower. FM talk. I think it's maybe 101.1. Well, they got a lineup on there. They got an all talk lineup on there.
Oh,
and and they hadn't told the all talk lineup that they're bringing in Fliz, Orderman, Riz, ADO. You know what I'm saying?
Oh boy.
So I get on the air. Was it Seth last week or so where I go, "Hey man, soon we're going to be in Panama City, doing the Fliz, Orderman, Riz, ADO on a flame-throwing FM." Remember when I said that?
Yeah, I didn't know it was a secret.
Well, it was supposed to be. And so Grifflow, the boss man of Fort Walton Beach, calls me and said, can you call me? Listen, anytime Seth will tell you, guy that's been in radio the longest next to me, well, maybe Macho Man.
Oh, yeah.
Macho Man, what was your radio start date? Like when you first started dabbling in radio? Like when did you start radio?
1993.
Oh. Seth, what were you? More like 99, 2000?
01.
01. I was close. So.
But I mean, my career officially didn't start until I was on the show.
Oh,
everything I did was just practice.
The first time, and you're going to go back and link it in, right?
Oh yeah,
no problem. And you're going to wear your Bubba, and you're going to start wearing your Bubba Army stuff.
You're LinkedIn big time, man. You're on my resume too.
Am I really? Cool.
I think I lumped all radio together, but I probably mentioned your name with Jade. Really pops.
Jade, Bubba. Who's Jade?
Man, I thought I had a chance with her one time.
Oh.
I brought her and her friend to Tampa, put them at the Don Cesar. So when she was having problems with her man. And it's when I first opened that new. Dan,
Yes.
remember Scene down in downtown St.
That was actually a great place.
Oh my God, 3 levels.
Yeah, I liked it.
And I took her in there, and she knew I owned the place with Fabrizi, and got her hooked up, got her just absolutely hammered drunk. It comes a point where you might be able to get something, and then you give them that last cocktail, hoping that's going to get them extra horny, and it ends up passing them out. That's what happened to me.
Oh wow, you were that close, Bub. I didn't know.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a window, Bubba.
One cocktail away.
It's a fine equation.
Damn.
And so
if she only would have known what was waiting for her, if she put that drink down.
If she only would. Dan, there's my blonde. Look, is she not just absolutely a smoke show?
Oh yeah, she's lovely.
Oh, so I don't even know what I was talking about with Seth. Oh, so. In having been in radio, just most recently with me, was your first time with me.
Yes.
That when the program director or the operations manager, the guy who runs the whole cluster, says, "Give me a call," that after the show, that's usually not good.
Yeah, I've never even been that important, so I've never even had that call. I've never even had that before.
Yeah, I mean that sucks.
Is it like going to the principal's office?
Yeah, but see, here's the thing, Dan. You've never had that, and you've always been, you're a doctor and you work for yourself, and you're a lawyer and you work with your brother. So there's no, I'm sure there's probably some people you have to answer to, somewhat, shape, or form, but I can't think of many. So anyway,
just the good Lord himself.
Yeah, and maybe Arlene and Joe, when he was definitely Joe.
Oh yeah, he and sometimes he'd call me. He's like, "All right, give me a call after that show."
Mm-hmm. Or a lot of times, clear up until the day he died, Dr. Joe had an office at Dan's place.
Mm-hmm. Sure did.
Did he ever come? Did he ever like say, "Hey, can you come to my office and I need to talk to you about something"?
Yes, he sure has.
Yeah. So anyway, I get
you're very humble when you walk in there.
I get a call, says call Griffo, whatever the hell his name is. I miss it. I know it's G-R-I. I think it's G-R-I-F-F-O.
Yes.
He's the operations guy. He's the main dude. So I call him and he goes, "Dude, why did you mention Florida Man Radio in Panama City?" I go, "Because that's what John Cratchilo said we were doing." He goes, "We still got a full staff that we have to get rid of."
Oh, man.
And they heard it. And they're calling down here now asking questions like what's going on and stuff. I said, well, what better way to break it to them than let me do it?
I guess they don't look at Radio Inc.
Dude, that's how the radio people that Stephen A. Smith was replacing, that's how they found out they're getting fired when he announced this show from 1 to 3. That's when they figured it out.
The management hadn't come to him yet,
no,
had they?
No. This is how people find out they're traded now. They see it on Twitter and everything. It's this really, the information is really not traveling in the proper direction.
I will tell you this, Seth. I did get some bad news yesterday, and I'm sure you saw it too. Did you see where the Pacers have already come out and said Halliburton is a no-go for the entire season?
Yeah.
Like they're going to be. I mean, they traded. Had they maybe gotten that diagnosis from the doctor because they just got it that day? Do you think they might have kept on? They might have kept Miles? Because they had his rights. They had the exclusive negotiating power to give him the Supermax. He could have made more money with Indiana than he could with Milwaukee.
Yeah, Indiana said they were willing to go into the tax with Miles Turner, but his agent never gave Indiana a chance to match.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're dead in the water. Or do they go get that kid from Lillard or
Damian Lillard?
Do they go get him?
He's recovering from an Achilles tear also.
Oh.
So it's possible that they could sign him and he could rehab with Halliburton. But I think Indiana's probably just going to punt on this year and get back to year after this.
Maybe that short little white 5'11" guy.
TJ McConnell.
Maybe he'll be. Maybe he'll do something, right?
That guy's the man. Yeah,
he's pretty good for 5'11".
He's
scrappy.
He's got a great skill set. Yeah,
he kind of reminds you of like a John Stockton meets a Danny Ainge kind of deal.
I don't know, man. I haven't seen anybody like it. He gets into the lane like nobody else.
And doesn't get it at 5'11". Doesn't get most of. I've seen him. Some people swat the hell out of his stuff, but usually he'll do a move last second so he doesn't get swatted.
And no, he's he popped watching the playoffs, man. He was like one of their probably 3 best players the whole time.
All right, Chicago, it's great to be here at Wrigley Stadium. You guys ready to do this?
Oh yeah, you're done. You're done. It's great to be here at Wrigley Stadium.
Wrigley Stadium, you guys ready to do this? A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball. Out to the
These idiots don't care, Bubba.
I mean, here's the thing about
it.
But here's the thing about a Chicago crowd.
He didn't come out of the pit stop.
Man, one of the toughest cities to win over the fans. Oof. Chicago is tough. And the minute, I mean,
and not like Boston, New York, Philly tough. Like if you give an effort, I mean, they're not gonna throw stones at you when you're getting back to your car.
But the minute that they see a chink in your armor, it's the Boo Birds. They come out fast. They do. They'll give you a chance. But first of all, when
Rainbow Warrior got flustered with the booze.
There's only one other stadium that's more sacred than Wrigley Field, and just a few years older, and that's Fenway. That's Fenway. So you're looking at arguably the second most, absolute coveted shrine of a facility, and that's Wrigley Field, not stadium. It'll never be anything but Wrigley. It goes back to when the Wrigley Gum people owned it. Now it's been sold a couple times since, but it'll always be Wrigley. And when you call it Wrigley Stadium, they automatically know that you're a dumbass that doesn't know what you're doing.
Fenway's a park, right? You'd say Fenway Park.
You'd say, "What's up, Fenway Park?"
You wouldn't say Fenway Field.
No, you'd say Fenway Park.
Right.
Dodger Stadium. See, I mean, you got to know Dodgers, Camden Yards. Right, Lummy? Like
yes.
you gotta know it. The Trop.
Tropicana Field.
Or you could say the Trop. They would kind of know because that's what the locals call it, right?
Yeah.
I don't call it Tropicana Field. I call it the Trop, right? You don't call it Raymond James Stadium. You call it Ray J.
That's right.
And you could be really old school, and instead of calling it Amalie Arena, call it the Ice Palace. May get booed on that one. Tony lit him up one time at a road race. I mean, jacked his jaw.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Tony jacked his jaw at a road race.
Why did everybody hate him? Because he was so good?
What's that?
Why did everybody hate him? Because he was so good?
He was good, but he was also a cheater.
Oh,
he was with Everham early. He didn't cheat. He had Ray Everham as his first crew chief, and Ray Everham was an engineer, a true engineer, Dan. Like not just most of the crew chief guys are just old timers that just know what to do. Take a half round here, air pressure here, this and that. But Ray Everham would spend 15 hours in the wind tunnel about to create more downdraft. And so Ray Everham was the first in NASCAR, was the first crew chief to use nitrogen in their tires and not air.
Really?
And so nitrogen
more stable.
Nitrogen doesn't build up pressure at the same rate that air does. So
much different.
And so when you're building up pressure, let's say I go out in a sprint car and my right rear is 10 pounds. That's what 9 to 10. If I'm running air with that wheel speed and that grip and just a 25 lap race, I may come in and my tire grew 3 inches. That's why they always.
Your pressure's up to 16.
And my pressure's up to 16, and my tire grew 3 inches, which caused my car to be loose because my right rear's bigger and the car's ill handling. But if you put nitrogen in, you may only gain a half a pound because it doesn't expand with heat the way that that air does. And so Gordon, one of the reasons why he dominated early on, like the first, and it took the rest of the NASCAR community 3 or 4 years to figure it out, and then it became a little bit more of an even playing field. But when he would go out and just dominate, it's because his car was tighter, wasn't getting loose. Everybody else is using air. He's using nitrogen. His car's not gaining stagger, and his car handles the way he wants it to.
And that was within the rule books, right? Within the rules?
Was within the rule books.
So it's not cheating.
It's not cheating.
No. It's just being a better team.
Number 14 WBA, that was literally the next question. Is he going to remain ranked because people were upset about this? What's happening? And now
this is Jake Paul. They came out and ranked him 14th. I don't know what sanctioning body did. And by the way, the belt that Jake Paul carries around is a $500,000 belt that he bought for himself.
Yeah, it's called the most valuable boxer. He has a couple watches attached to it.
Kind of like our belt. Our belt's the most valuable co-host, and his belt is the most valuable boxer.
That's right.
No sanctioning body
No.
Who's upset?
I don't know. People, Joe X495.
You have no idea how many people tell us how people are trying.
Talking about Jake Paul and how he has maybe somewhat legitimized himself a little bit because there's I don't know if it's WBA, WBC.
It's WBA.
WBA has now ranked him 14th within the heavyweight division? I don't know if he's a heavyweight.
I'll find out.
Big. Is it WBC?
WBA.
WBA has ranked him 14th in a weight class.
And the WBA is one of the premier boxing.
Cruiserweight. He's in the cruiserweight.
He's in the cruiserweight. Yeah, WBA is no joke.
No, WBC, WBA, and IBF were the three big ones.
Right, those are the three big ones.
Do you know his last opponent just got deported?
Oh, you're kidding me.
No. It was Chavez, right?
Yeah.
I guess he had overstayed his visa, and he's wanted, I think, in Mexico on like gang charges and everything like that.
So ICE was probably there in the locker room.
They got him like a day or two afterwards.
Trying to keep Jake out of boxing. How people are calling different people and say, if you work with MVP, you can't work with us. And to me,
Who's saying this?
Whoever it may be. We know who it is. This is a very small world. And we're going to continue to be gentlemen and keep confidential in terms of what we hear in the marketplace. But it's laughable, right, that you're that bothered by this young man and his success and his impact on the sport.
Hey, I think it's great. Maybe Jake Paul doesn't want it, but if you want to legitimize yourself, and I think that's what he's trying to do, is legitimize himself as a, take me serious boxer, then what better way to get finally ranked within one of the largest sanctioning bodies there are, the WBA, and then start, now your opponents need to be people within that, 1 through, you're 14, you're not going to take on the number 1 guy, but Dan, he should take on the number 10 guy.
Yeah, but has he ever had a sanctioned fight from the WBA or WBC or IBF?
No.
I mean, they've all been like WWE scripted fights.
But what exactly? And that's the
the hypocrisy.
And that's the knock on him. The knock on him is he hasn't really fought anybody, and anybody that he fights, it looks scripted, and he's an entertainer, which I appreciate.
Yeah, it's like watching the Havana Bananas. It was Havana Bananas.
So he either has to say, I want to continue to be ranked within the WBA and maybe start that process, or I'm just going to keep doing my one-offs where I handpick my opponents and fight that way. But now a legitimate boxing federation sanctioning body has ranked him 14th. And he's at a crossroads now. And that is, okay, I continue to do it my way and pick out these 10-year past their prime boxers or freak shows like Mike Tyson. I win and I continue the Jake Paul deal. Or if he is a legitimate fighter, which he claims to be, then your next opponent should be somebody. I mean,
what does legitimate mean? He's making money off boxing.
Well, I mean, legitimate within regards to
a real contest.
But he's going to go and set up a fight with the 20th ranked cruiserweight in the world that nobody has ever heard of, and Jake Paul's going to be the sole draw for the fight. So why? I don't know, Jake. The thing is that everybody thinks that everyone needs a championship. Everybody thinks that everybody in the NBA needs to go win a ring, or that Jake Paul has to go prove himself. Jake Paul's making $20 to $50 million a fight. He's making a ton of money. That's what he wants to do. And he's accomplishing that.
I understand that.
To get back in this world of trying to prove that you're the greatest boxer living is taking quite a bit of money out of his pocket.
I understand that. But, he is the one that has come out and said, I am a legitimate boxer. None of my fights are fixed. I legitimately beat these guys. So, I think he has more money than he could ever be able to spend in his entire life. In my opinion, if he really wanted to make, and again, Seth, you're right. It's where his mindset is, what he's really trying to create and do. And if he's trying to be a boxer, a legitimate, recognized boxer, and not just a showman that is selling pay-per-views and living the great life, making, and he is going to make more money, fighting his selected people. But, if he wanted to legitimize himself, then and nobody could ever say it was scripted. Nobody could ever, all the knocks on him. And maybe he doesn't care. But to me, I think he does care because he's suing Pierce Morgan for saying that his fight might have been set up with the last ham and egger that he fought.
It looks like he has come out and said that he wants to fight for a belt, a real belt.
So
I take everything back.
So if that's the case, so if he said that, then and so that has pissed off some boxers who feel maybe they should be 14th and they're not, and he is, and so good, he's 14th, but that sounds about right. Now start working your way up. Now, you don't go to number one.
You go to 7 or 8, like you said, Bubba. And you should challenge a top 10 guy, somewhere between 5 and 10.
I challenge the 9 guy.
Right.
Just because you're top 10, but you're barely top 10. You don't want to challenge the 10 guy. You want to challenge the 9 guy. Can you look at who the number 9 ranked cruiserweight WBA boxer is?
Yes.
And you challenge
David
him.
Hasselhoff?
And
could you name 3 boxers right now, Bubba? Just 3 boxers in general.
Tyson for Fury, and that's it.
GGG. Is he still fighting?
Seth Winky, right? But all these guys are retired.
Yeah. So
I cannot name you 3 active. Not even the champions of the divisions. I know Tyson Fury, and I think he's still active, and that's it.
Number 9 is Chris Bellum Smith.
Famous guy, Chris Smith. The problem is, Seth, that MMA has killed the market when it comes to boxing. And there have been a lot of really, really, really important, seemingly important fights over the last 5-6 years that have ended in controversy, disappointment.
It seems like boxing is turned into an exhibition at the hands of Jake Paul, and remember when Tyson fought Roy Jones Jr.?
It's all a joke. It's a big farce.
And so it's turned into an exhibition and a pay-per-view special, and which now Seth completely legitimized the state of boxing is that the average guy, us, who are sports fans, back in the day when boxing was healthy, I could have told you Sugar Ray Leonard, Marvin and Marvis Hagler, Tommy Hearns,
but even during the Pacquiao days and Floyd Mayweather, you knew that there was going to be a big fight people were talking about for a while.
And you knew of, off the top of your head, you knew 3 or 4 of the dudes. Now, nobody knows nothing because it's turned into a big streaming exhibition, and there's no legitimate big fights that we ever really are exposed to because nobody. They're all on pay-per-view. You know what fixed boxing, Dan, is instead of making that they make it. Listen, they
let fans vote instead of having the judges.
Like American Idol. They turned it into American Idol.
Get your votes in now when we're back.
Call 1-800-424-8500 for this guy and 8600 for the other guy. What would bring boxing back is if they offered it on legacy media for free, like on Thursday nights, Thursday night fights, or Friday night, and these big, they offered it for free.
And they didn't put it on at 1 o'clock in the morning?
And they put it on at, 7 or 8 at night, prime time. But Dan, maybe the reason why they're not doing that is because they can't garner ratings, and they can put the pickleball championships on instead and get better ratings because nobody knows. There are no stars in boxing.
Well, after Floyd Mayweather, there's been nothing. And what really has helped boxing over the last 40 years is when there's an American heavyweight champion. And when there's not, boxing doesn't do well in America.
Hello, who's
Plus,
this?
there's been a lot of, like you said, Bubba, it's been a joke. And Jake Paul, I fault, not fight, fault, like his fault, for making professional boxing a joke because he has taken all of the legitimacy out of what was ever left of boxing. I fault him for that.
Hi, who's this? You're on the air. Go ahead.
Hey, this is Tom.
Hi, Tom.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, so you've talked about so many things over the past 15, 20 minutes,
People like that. People like when we don't stay on one subject for a long time.
I know. I love it too.
Yeah.
I love it too. And I'm trying to think of what the hell I was talking about.
Yeah.
No, I called like 3 or 4 weeks ago about the Viagra when Dan was on. I think, yeah. So that worked out well.
Oh, so you were you were having erectile dysfunction issues. Dan told you.
Well, I was just losing. I was losing it in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
In the middle of having sex.
Poor bastard.
So that
so
didn't help.
you'd be rock hard, and then you get it going a little bit. Next thing you know, you're
exactly
noodled up.
That's what it was. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And so yeah, that went well. I was just calling.
Yeah. Well, listen,
rub
bud.
your bone up against the phone, man.
Listen, bud. I'm glad that Dan was able to fix your.
I can't pound it. I can't pound it on the phone.
Okay, we don't want you to pound it on the phone. We want you to pound the phone receiver on the. We want you to pound the off button, and just continue to sit back and enjoy that hard erection of yours, along with this great program.
Well,
and realize that our doctor helped you get your erection, back, and.
Wait, is gone for now or gone forever?
I did have one more question.
Okay.
Rather than going to the doctor, I keep seeing these 4 hymns on
That's
the
fine.
thing. What is that all about?
That's fine. They
actually have you talk to a doctor.
They have you talk to a doctor, and they talk to your doctor, and you give them your symptoms, and they over the phone prescribe you what they think you need, whether it's hair medicine because you're going whatever. They got everything from erectile dysfunction to male pattern baldness. But Dan does the same thing for you local people in his office as well. So. Yeah.
Give me a call, 888-8-DIACOS, DIACOS, if you have any questions like that.
All right. See you later, Tom. Have another shot. Maybe a little less alcohol will help that boner.
When he talked about like stuck in the middle, or he was having problems in the middle, it reminded me of that song "Stuck in the Middle with You," which reminded me of that guy Michael Madsen that died.
Yeah,
the guy from Reservoir Dogs. Did you guys cover that last week?
I don't know, Dan. You have to be on the show to realize what we covered.
I had a quick mention of it, Dan.
It was sad.
Yeah. Can't be out, hanging 10 and throwing pizzas and watching movies with your mom and stuff like that. I mean, Hello.
Hey, morning, guys. It's Cracker.
Hey, Cracker.
How's everybody doing this morning?
Great, thanks.
I was just wondering, I'm not HOF, I'm just royalty. And with that said, I was wondering if I could nominate Pedro for HOF.
Pedro the Pool Guy?
Yeah, man.
We will take that into consideration, my friend. Great nomination.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Lummy, thank you. Lummy, I think August is when we start that process, do we not?
Yes, it is.
Yes. The Hall of Fame. We'll start the Hall of Fame process in August. And it looks like we got the guy who wants Pedro the Pool Guy. And I hope, remember, Lummy, Pedro the Pool Guy's having some brain issues.
Yes, he is.
Hello, Pedro the Pool Guy. Give us an update if you can. Hello.
Good morning, Bubba.
Hi. Who's this?
This is Turn 1 Tommy. Better than the Tom 2 calls ago. How we doing this morning?
Turn 1 Tommy. Why do they call you Turn 1 Tommy? Do you sit in the turn one?
We talked a couple weeks ago about dirt racing.
Okay.
Yep. Did you see Ashton Winger event that happened at Sonoy Raceway?
No, I watched Hudson O'Neal win. Beat the 49 this Saturday night somewhere. I think in Ohio.
Zanesville. Yeah, I won't keep you long, but if you get a moment, type in Hell Tour Ashton Winger at Sonoy. That's not good. Not good for air probably either, but check it out.
Lummy, did you get that? Ashton Winger. Hell Tour. What else?
Or no, it was actually Hunt the Front series. Sorry.
Oh, boy.
So Ashton Winger, Hunt the Front. Who did he have a conflict with so he could put that part in?
No, it's worse. He just got stuck on the wall and bystanders were involved.
Yeah, we saw that.
Okay.
We saw that yesterday. Is Ashton okay?
Ashton is okay. Is the bystanders okay?
I don't know. We have
They
not.
said they're all recovered. They're all expected to recover.
Yeah.
Good deal.
All right, bud.
Good deal. All right, sorry guys, I was a day late and a dollar short. You guys have a good one. Bubba Army out.
Thank you. We'll really start getting into the flooding in the Texas, the very, 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 very tragic. Over 100 dead now. They're expecting maybe another 100. I think there's 80 missing or something like that. It's bad. It's bad, and we'll start talking about it next.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Thank you, Lover. Boner calls and dirt racing.
I haven't gotten my email. You must have just sent it. Fuck, where is that shit? Did it go to my junk? Yeah. The fuck? Okay. Hi, Liz.
He also doesn't seem like the kind of guy that would take a fall.
No. Probably AEW would probably pay a good penny for.
Is he on AEW?
That's what it said.
I don't see.
Johnny Costica.
I don't see a lot of stuff coming out of AEW.
No.
Is AEW kind of over? Like, not over?
I don't know. I don't think there's a lot of buzz around it. Did boxing like hit its peak when it was Mayweather versus McGregor?
Yeah. Oh, did you see the announced card for... Are you in here?
Walked out.
Okay, hold on.
What up, Costica? What's up, Thomas?
McGregor's coming.
Connor?
Yes.
Oh, to town.
Is that for the White House?
No, for the White House.
For the White House WWE fight?
Yeah, they announced they announced the lineup.
What's up, Grumpy Old Biker? What's up, Felix? Dirt Merchant. It's already locked in?
And I guess they're bringing John Jones back?
I saw John Jones unretired.
So yeah, I'm gonna talk about this.
He likes John Jones.
And then we'll get into the Texas floods, but
Look at this fucking dream lineup.
What up, 843? What up, Steve? You the man, Xerxes. What's up, Troy? Bubba Fan, Von Abon, what it do?
Now, I wonder where they're going to build, they're going to have to build, tents, Dan, to have locker room facilities. And what are they going to do with the audience?
Like a bedroom.
Huh? No, what are they going to do with the audience?
There's a big lawn, man. It's a big property.
They said they were going to build stands around it.
Yeah, they have all kinds of property, man.
I mean, it's not going to be like a 20,000 seat venue.
They talked about 20,000 people.
Well, they talked. All right, I don't know
did.
anything about it. Shut the fuck up.
They talked about that big of an event.
What's up, Johnny? What's up, Michael?
They're going to have to fucking fence off the White House.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I know I wanted to get into the Texas flooding thing, and I will, but I wanted to get to this first. I saw this on X last night, and I forgot to talk about it this morning. But as you know, I think Dana White and Donald Trump are really good friends, and they're collaborating together, or doing a collaboration to have I don't know what the number is going to be. Would it be UFC? I don't know. UFC. It's the UFC White House Fight Card 2026, building the dream lineup for America's 250th anniversary. Here's a picture.
What if we called it UFC USA?
Oh, yeah.
Or, well, we can work on that one. Plenty of time. Sorry.
The first pay-per-view not to have a number. It just has, UFC USA.
Or Trump's name could be in this also.
UFC J4, something like that. Or no, would this be
Trumpomania?
Hold on. Would it be UFC? Could you just skip it? Now, what are they on now? Okay, so UFC, they're in the 300s now, right? Because they couldn't make this. Our country's turning 250.
They make it UFC 250?
Yeah, but I think they've had a UFC 250.
Asterisk.
UFC 250, July 4th. I don't know.
They'll figure out something catchy.
Right. So they're saying that they can get 20,000 through temporary bleachers, and they're going to make it an unbelievable spectacle. Here's the ring, and on the White House lawn. Now I'm thinking, Dan, for security purposes, they're going to have to take those big anti-riot fencings that they use at the RNC and things like that. They interlock each other, and they're going to have to fence off the White House. Otherwise, and have it highly guarded, because some drunk dudes might be like, "Hey, man, it's early on. Let's go back, see if we can get in the White House."
Yeah, but these are probably really expensive tickets, and I doubt these people are going to be storming.
This is going to be elites
VIP.
that I think are there.
Yeah.
And they do have snipers on top of the roof.
Yeah, true. Well, hey, I'm just going to the portalet. Don't snipe me, buddy. So I'm just saying, there's probably think about the infrastructure you have to build for that, right?
I think it would be very, very doable. Again, one of the big criticisms has been it kind of sounds like the bread and circus of the Roman Empire as it was collapsing, and giving the people a distraction instead of worrying about what's really important. I also understand his branding and want to have a huge pop for the. It's not the bicentennial. It's like the 2.5 centennial. What do they call the 250th anniversary?
The 200th was the bicentennial. It was back in 1976,
which I remember. I was in Philadelphia celebrating it. It was great. I was
in Warsaw, Indiana, buddy. Woo!
It was great, but
you were in Philadelphia, the birthplace of our country. You were in Philly. And in 1976?
Yeah, for that specific, my mom took us from the shore down to Philly. We spent 2 or 3 days in Philly for that celebration, because that's really where it started, and it was
Did you get to see the Liberty Bell and all that?
Well, that's in New York, but we got to see the Liberty Bell. The Liberty Bell. I'm sorry. Yes, the Liberty Bell. I thought you meant Statue of Liberty. No, the Liberty Bell is in Philly.
I will fight you if you want to think that the Liberty Bell's in New York.
No. The Liberty Bell's in Philly. I thought you meant the Statue of Liberty. Yes, we did see the Liberty Bell with the bolts in it.
But you know what? Here's the deal. I lived in Philadelphia for about 6 months when I was doing, in 1990 at Q1 from April, May, June, July, August, September of 1990. And, I'm living downtown Philly at this place called Corman Suites. And so I went down to Independence Hall and took a little tour of it, and then went and saw the Liberty Bell. And I was disappointed on how small it was. I thought it was going to be much bigger than that.
Well, isn't that what you thought about the thing in San Antonio?
Oh my God, the Alamo.
The Alamo was tiny.
I know.
The Alamo was
a storage shed.
Like I actually asked my friends from the radio station, which would have been KTFM in San Antonio. I go, "Where's the Alamo?" And they're like, "By the way, we're standing in front of the Alamo." And I go, "Where's the Alamo?" And they're like, "It's right here." I go, "Where?"
You're expecting like London Castle?
It literally, that back storage shed that we keep my electric bikes in and stuff? Yeah. It's about maybe 2 or 3 of those.
Yeah, you wonder how like 40 people like ate, slept, went to the bathroom and lived in that with like you couldn't even hold enough ammo to fight off,
Dan,
the homeless for a week.
Your carriage house is twice the size of the Alamo.
I know.
It's just like literally
No one said the Alamo was massive, did they?
It's Ted's shed.
No. They just said remember it.
No, but when you think about, when you're a kid and you're from Warsaw, Indiana, and you're learning about the Alamo,
and your pa sitting you down telling you about the Alamo,
your pa sitting you down,
it's like a pyramid.
You're literally thinking, man, it's worth. And didn't everybody die in the Alamo? I think everybody did die.
Yeah.
Well, the Alamo was on 3 acres, so that's just the only building that survived.
Yeah. So anyway,
there's maybe more buildings around it, and it was surrounded by more of a fence.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because that makes more sense.
You should be an Alamo tour guide, Lummy.
Because that makes more sense.
Took the tour.
I got to tell you, man.
You can't put 50 people in a room that you can't fit 3 lawnmowers in.
I'm going to tell you something, man. The Alamo is about the size of this studio.
Oh, yeah.
It's about what it is.
Yep.
I'll tell you one thing, though, man. San Antonio, that whole Riverwalk area where the Alamo is beautiful. Is absolutely.
Charles Barkley said they got some big old women in San Antonio.
That's the ongoing. Isn't that the ongoing joke? Is that we may switch networks, but we're still going to say the big girls are from San Antonio.
Yeah.
They do that. So anyway, UFC. I don't know what it's going to be. What UFC number it's going to be, but wait till you hear this card. By the way, John Jones unretired for this fight.
Wait, hold on, Bubba. Just before you go, I do want to let you know that this website built their fantasy card. This is not official.
Oh, this is not official. This says
MMA Mania is going to build our fantasy card.
Okay, all right. You know what? I don't even know that I should go through it.
Well, I didn't want to kill your buzz, man. Keep it going, dude.
I want to stay factual, and you're factual.
Let's stay fantasy. Fantasy, not factual.
Okay, all right.
Are you guys doing fantasy football this year?
No, hell no.
Why, you got something cooking, Dan?
No, it's just that my son at the airport got like the ESPN fantasy football magazine that went through every player and like the whole flight. He's like, I can't believe this guy's ranked higher than this guy.
Give it to his mom so she can do the girls of the BRN.
He's going to do it. He knows.
So anyway,
he knows all the teams and all the players.
Here's the dream. So you're right. This is MMA Mania's fantasy UFC card for the pay-per-view. So this is not anything that's been endorsed or released by UFC / what are they called? What's the Titan Entertainment? I don't know what they're called. But the UFC
TKO?
Yeah, TKO. This is nothing official at all.
Well, I was just surprised when you told me that Conor was booked to fight.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I hadn't heard anything like that.
So anyway, Lummy, this is not official. This is some website's fantasy deal. John Jones and Tom Aspinall, Conor McGregor and Michael Chandler, and then
Jake Paul John Cena fight.
No, maybe we could get a Jake Paul John Cena fight.
I'll just take Brock Lesnar if they'll let him in there. No drug test.
He still scares me.
So it looks like Conor McGregor has come out and said that he would love to be in it and to count him in if he could.
I'd love to see us get his ass kicked by an American.
That's right.
by an American.
Some unknown
Beat
American.
up Britain again. Just make an American beat up someone from England.
I don't know.
Have a French guy come as a run-in.
In his division, Conor McGregor. Who's the number one ranked guy? I mean, I don't even know what division.
But is this America versus? But you want America versus another country like the Olympics, kind of?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Just recreate the destruction of Great Britain with, like I said, like France coming as a run-in.
But
they helped us.
But yes, Seth. Like every bout, there can't be like two Brazilians.
Right.
Everybody, there has to be at least one American as the competitor.
Someone we can at least get behind if we don't like combat sports.
Is it like the Riders Cup?
And we try to skew it, Seth, so that the American is kind of the better dude. Because we want the American to win, not to get his ass kicked by some Brit or something like that.
Is it the Ryder Cup where they do like America, Britain, or Europe?
Oh, it's.
I believe. I'm not a golf man, but I believe that is what it. I think.
That's what the Ryder Cup is, and they have it over in England, and it's like USA versus England. So I mean, since we gained our independence,
let's just beat up on England.
Just find UK MMA guys, and that's what this is going to be. So anyway, we'll start the Texas trek.
Were too much for the ground to absorb, and now the enormity of the disaster is nearly.
And again, let me exactly what I said, and the fact that this was. I think I'm using this word correctly. Exacerbated, maybe? Is that how you say it?
Exacerbated?
Like this, the flooding was exasperated, or whatever the hell you call it.
Seth said right.
Okay, Seth, say it again.
Exasperated.
Exacerbated.
By the fact that they had drought-like conditions for so long, and the ground was so hard, almost unpenetrable. Like a lot of the water that on a natural rainfall, that on ground that was not concrete because it hadn't had rain in 2 months, a lot of, probably half of the waters might have been absorbed by standard ground, and not just the ground was so hard that the water just repelled off the ground, causing this issue. And that's a lot of the issue, is the ground was so hard that the water couldn't penetrate the ground.
The floodwaters were too much for the ground to absorb, and now the enormity of the disaster is nearly impossible to bear. The loss of more than 100 people, many of them children, attending summer camp. 8-year-old sisters Hannah and Rebecca Lawrence of Dallas had just finished second grade.
I'm sick to my absolute stomach. Maybe after this disaster, and by the way, this school has suffered. I think it was back in 1987. I was on the internet last night. Back in 1987. Look, Lummy, and see.
Yeah, I said it yesterday. 10. Camp Mystic had lost 10.
So Camp Mystic lost 10 in the summer of '87. And so, don't you think that maybe we do a couple of different things, that we maybe reconfigure Camp Mystic and build in some flood parameters? I don't know how, or maybe either close it and relocate it, because we've lost, I don't know, almost 100 kids. I don't know, was there 20? There were 10 kids in 1987. How many kids do they got lost right now?
I thought there was 27 that had passed.
Yeah, in the 20s, right.
The Camp Mystic's not going to be a thing anymore.
Yeah, it can't be.
It's been open since 1926.
I know.
I think this might be it.
They need to reconfigure it or close it or move it. Camp Mystic, we are 66 miles from any body of water.
It's like the Pulse nightclub shooting, man. Like they tried to do stuff with that, and then it finally had to go out of business and become like a memorial.
Yep.
Their brokenhearted parents said, "They brought us so much joy." We are devoting much of this broadcast to this still unfolding tragedy, which began in the early morning hours of the 4th of July. Camp Mystic, just west of us here, was washed away when heavy rain caused the Guadalupe River to crash over its banks in a matter of minutes with little warning.
My goodness.
We made our way to Camp Mystic along the Guadalupe River in Hunt, Texas, an all-girls Christian summer camp that was destroyed.
It's like a needle in a haystack.
Yeah. Inside the camp, we met Fletcher Cordell.
I think Seth's right, man. This is the end of Camp Mystic. Like, we lost 10 in 1987. Obviously, since 1987, they've not made any type of, Dan, I think you can probably take land that's flood prone and put drainage and different types of things to make it so that it doesn't do that. I think you can.
Or you just build higher. Rivers flood
with modern day technology. If they really, after the, losing 10 kids in 87, if you're going to stay in business at Camp Mystic and these flash floods can roll upon you in a moment's notice, then let's build some infrastructure or some better drainage or build our camp higher so that this doesn't happen. Obviously, they didn't do that.
And if the camp officials would have had a weather radio, they would have got alerts and alarms to get out of there.
Search for what was left.
Oh, good.
That's the big thing is they've had notice of it, actual notice of something like this happening. They should have somebody dedicated to watching the weather. If there's weather that's coming in, when you look at the national weather broadcast that actually was dispatched, they had plenty of time. It just wasn't a horn system. They weren't monitoring it. It happened in the middle of the night, 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock a.m. And so they just weren't paying attention to it. They should have had somebody dedicated, like you're saying, not only put it higher, protect the campers, but how about monitor the water like they do at Typhoon Lagoon?
And in the fall of 87, they should have been bringing in general contractors and flood experts and see what can we do so that this doesn't happen again. Do we build our?
Well, they had that code red system, and you would think that they would be, should be monitored on, or at least signed up for the code red system alerts. But again,
what's this?
That's Camp Mystic, and the red is what FEMA considers the flooding zone, like where they shouldn't. It's the flood zone.
Now, are these buildings here? Are these all?
All that is all cabins.
So you got a cabin here, a cabin there, a cabin here, and a cabin there.
Yeah.
And then the red is what the FEMA, national government, whoever has deemed as a problematic flood zone.
Correct, which it didn't come through on the picture, but it shows where the dining hall, rec hall, offices, and just a lot of cabins all in there. In the red.
Yeah, all in the red.
Yeah.
Right. Again, in 87, they should have built these places up higher or
further,
or taken them back, a little bit further.
Of his 11-year-old daughter's belongings. Olivia was rescued by helicopter as the deadly river rose 26 feet in less than an hour.
I'm just trying to do what I can for my daughter.
It's amazing that bridge, these bridges are not engineered to take, well, maybe they are now because it didn't break. And, that's one of the saving graces is the fact that bridge held back and gave some water some resistance. Had it broken, it would have even been more of a crap show. So that bridge did act as a little bit of a damper, right? I mean, each piling causes it to slow down just a little bit. And talk about great engineering. If that bridge indeed didn't break, great engineering. Because it's not probably, this is probably testing its absolute at its tipping point of strength.
Feet in less than an hour.
I'm just trying to do what I can for my daughter. And
hold on, let me go back here. Dan, why couldn't engineers build make this bridge have an emergency dam system where it, hydraulically or something like that, can close? But at that point, would it just be backing this all up, and that would be worse?
All those houses in the background would be flooded.
Oh, okay.
You can't. It's just the problem. Is like if you stop it, then it backs up.
Right. You would have to stop it into like a reservoir or something like that, right?
Divert it. Yeah.
Less than an hour.
I'm just trying to do what I can for my daughter. And right now what that means is getting as much of her stuff as I can.
27 campers and counselors were killed in the flash flooding, including 18-year-old Chloe Chil.
Did they say 27?
Yeah.
27.
It's horrible.
From 18 to 7 or something like that?
Childress, a counselor who had just graduated from high school, and the camp's owner, Dick Eastland. This video shows playful moments.
Now, Jay, can you see where the Eastland family and or the whatever LLC company owned this place / were insured, can you see, civil lawsuits?
100%.
I mean, 26, 20, however many.
27 of them, plus anyone else who was injured. There's other people that were severely injured that just didn't die and drown and get washed away.
But you may have, broken your arm
or
got
slammed inside the building. Did you see the water levels were almost at the top of the windows? It was incredible.
Camp just days before it was destroyed. Since Friday, hundreds of search and rescue operations have been launched around the clock, leading to 850 water rescues. Dozens more.
See, that scares me. I feel as if I ever need water rescued, that they're not going to have a harness big enough. and when they go, the helicopter's going to go bam right down.
It'll drag you, Bubba. Glide you across the water.
See if you can get fat ass across the treetops. He's skimming the trees right now. He's getting all torn up.
Get the Chinook.
Or rescued by helicopter.
Yeah, I need the double blade, Willie. I'm gonna be like, hey, send me the one that has 2 blades.
They might just act like they don't see you, Bubba, and keep on going.
I think that's a manatee in a blue shirt.
He's in a black
tree branches and rooftops. We flew over the flood zone on a Coast Guard plane equipped with thermal technology that can pick up body heat in the dense woods below.
Oh, that's great.
From the cockpit, you get a totally different view. You get the perspective of the pilots as they search the rivers.
And that's a badass helicopter.
For sure.
The campsite, anywhere, any sign, they're looking for survivors.
But on this mission, they came up empty. Lieutenant Jordan Hobson is with the Coast Guard.
We want to do everything that we can in our ability to help find any survivors that are still out there. So we're going to put forward our best effort.
Across the road from Camp Mystic, 30 family members of 67-year-old Alicia Olvera are looking for her everywhere. Olvera's husband was found.
Can't find Grandma. Hold on, her husband was found underneath the buckle brush.
Dead, and she's been missing since Friday.
Where does she live?
She lived right there in the house.
Juvia Torres is her daughter.
If people are watching this, what do you want them to know? What do you want to tell them?
We need help. That's all I can say. We need help searching. We need to find her.
And you certainly wish them the best. Our hearts.
Now, this happened, Saturday morning, Friday night, Saturday morning?
Yeah.
Here it is Tuesday. If you're buried alive in mud you're done.
It goes from search and recovery to search and rescue to recovery. It's a big difference.
Them and all the people here trying to struggle, trying to deal with this. Everywhere you turn, there are people with stories, tears in their eyes. You wonder how long it's going to take for them to recover, if they ever will.
I sent you the radio. Macho said that I guess that's what they needed to buy. It was $50, and he came up with an idea that we should sell Bubba Army ones.
No, I'm not getting into that.
They should absolutely had one of those in the administration building.
Let me. Do you know why I don't have one of them? You know I don't want to put a Bubba Army one on here? Because the minute that a guy didn't put the batteries in it and it malfunctions and they're going to sue me for my weather. Exactly. Jay, you can see that I have a whole different mindset now. I'm always looking to getting sued. So the minute that somebody breaks it, or completely not my fault, it was made correctly, but the guy didn't have the batteries in right, or his son dropped it and didn't tell about it, and then the Bubba Army weather radio didn't go off, and a family died, and now that family owns the entire everything. So Lummy, we're not coming up with Bubba Army. Let's let Midland. Midland does a good job making these things. Let's just
not too.
Let's continue. Hold on. Let's continue to do switchblades like we know.
Perfect.
Yeah, exactly. Which will probably end up getting sued. Like when somebody ends up stabbing somebody with a Bubba Army switchblade, I'll probably get.
They stab themselves. This was going to happen.
No, they stab a bad guy.
So basically, it's quiet, and if an alert comes like a tornado warning, which would be good in like the Largo area, it does that noise, and it follows by the alert and gives you the information.
So it's
a good $50 investment.
Now, can you plug it in?
Yeah, it's battery powered and everything. I have one.
But they
should have had one in the counselor's office or the management, like Jay was saying.
Yep. So it can run on regular power or battery power.
Correct.
Right. And so you just keep it plugged in, and you just keep it plugged in and on, and then if there is a weather situation, it'll alert you. In a very obnoxious type way. Like
an alarm clock or something wakes you up.
The National Weather Service in Mount Holly, New Jersey. Northwestern Ocean County in southern New Jersey. Northeastern Burlington County in southern New Jersey. Until 1:30 p.m. at 12:55 p.m. Severe thunderstorms capable of...
All right, so that's an example of what they probably, I mean, let's not forget in 87 they lost 10 for a flash flood. Same conditions. Flash flood came in, took them out. 10. So at that point forward, man, there should have been a law or a rule from the Jack Easterman or whatever the hell the guy that lost his life trying to save counselors who owned the place, saying that every camp, and what'd you say, Macho Man, they're $50?
$50.
All right, so every camp counselor's bedroom has to have one of these in the bed, I'd have 10 of those scattered throughout the resort, and that would have, because now are they saying that did they issue the warnings in time for people?
There was I believe a 1:30 notice where they said it was catastrophic. If they would have saw that, they could have got out of there.
I have it right in front of me. It's 1:14. There was catastrophic. At 4:35, there were more warnings. Flash flood warnings at 4:03 a.m. At 5:05 a.m., another one. Flash flood emergency issued for Guadalupe River, 5:34 a.m. So there were tons of notices.
The first one came through at 1:30, correct?
1:14.
1:14, and that was a catastrophic Willie, right?
Says flash flood warning with considerable tag was issued for the Bandera and Kerr counties, which includes this county. Flash flood warnings with the impact-based warning tags, considerable or catastrophic, denote high damage threats and will automatically trigger wireless emergency alerts, i.e. that device
at 1:14.
Right there. That device right there.
At 1:14. So
and
what?
Enable mobile devices ensuring the most life-threatening flash floods events prompt urgent public notifications.
Don't they have the ability also? Because every one of those kids, unless Lemmy, it was one of those camps where you turn your cell phone in, because I know that cell phones. Like iPhones.
Yeah.
Well, during the hurricanes last year,
they'll come up with an Amber Alert or a Silver Alert.
And they all go off at the same time.
Well, during the hurricane, they were blowing off the whole time.
Right.
And they had a specific system for that area called Code Red, but you had to be subscribed to it or signed up for it, and I guess the camp wasn't.
So Camp Mystic does not allow campers to keep cell phones in their cabins.
Yeah, so now hold on. What time did the actual catastrophic kid-killing waters come through this camp? At what time?
That's a good question.
I think it was in the early morning hours, I'm pretty sure.
But was it 4:30, 1:30?
I think it was 4:30.
201 minutes is what I heard at one point.
How much?
201 minutes, I thought I read somewhere.
Between the first alert and the actual flood?
Yeah.
So 3.5 hours?
As floodwaters rose in the Texas Hill Country early on July 4th, most people were still asleep. At 4:03 a.m., the National Weather Service sent a flash flood emergency bulletin, urging residents of Kerr County to seek higher ground. Officials had warned that a flash flood was possible earlier in the day, but many were caught off guard by its scale or simply didn't get the message.
How do you, as a meteorologist, miss it so bad that you're calling for? Weren't they calling for like 6 to 8 inches?
Yeah.
And they end up getting like
a foot,
14 to 20.
Yeah, 20 inches.
Yep.
So, Bubba,
At least 10.
Here's the thing: we all fell for this. We all completely blew off Helene because we had been conditioned.
Bubba Wendy didn't.
No.
But we did. A lot of people blew off Helene.
Bubba Wendy
Thousands
didn't.
of people blew off Helene. And it happened in Texas because they had a hurricane. They all evacuated. Another hurricane, and nothing happened. And then another hurricane came 3 weeks later. No one evacuated, and everybody flooded. So the problem is that when you get that overhyping so much, and people are like, this is just hype. This is just hype. This is not the real deal.
Bubba Wendy said it's going to come in right through the Sunshine Skyway. Jay was going to get sucked, and you were going to get pounded. That's what Bubba Wendy
Sucked
said.
and pounded.
And Jay got sucked, and you got pounded.
Mm-hmm.
The water that was getting sucked from Jay's was getting douched into your front lawn.
Well, Jay flooded too.
I got it real bad.
On one of the two, not both.
No, Helene was a water event, and Milton was a rain and wind event.
10 inches of rain fell in just 4 hours along the Guadalupe River. Experts questioned whether President Donald Trump's cuts to the National Weather Service led to a failure to predict the severity.
Without research, without staff to do the work, we can assume that the predictions, and not just hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, drought, wildfires, tsunamis, for that matter, are undoubtedly going to degrade.
Just watch now.
Conclusory statement. There's no fact behind what he just said.
Now watch this. Every major natural disaster is going to get blamed on the Doge cuts.
Yep.
Every one of them.
You're 100%
If
right,
it rained 7.5 inches above this building tonight, and Donald Trump or no meteorologist could prepare Donald Trump's Doge cuts.
Anything that goes wrong in government for 4 years.
Get ready for every hurricane that hits Florida. Oh, well, the Doge cuts.
That means that
when realistically, I'm not saying we don't need meteorologists, but our phones have as good, like the Windy app. Like, Bubba Windy, where I get all my information from. And Jay, I think you rely heavily on the Windy app for surfing.
Correct.
And, swells, and it tells
Offshore
you,
winds.
it tells you, the Windy app's all you need to navigate your surfing.
For the wind part of it. It's absolutely the most reliable wind
So
predictor.
we don't necessarily need Dennis Phillips with a 9-inch penis graduating from Penn State with suspenders that run Seth Fantasy Football League on there telling me the band and the fan and all that. I just need, iPhones come naturally with a weather app that's pretty damn good. And then for like 99 cents, you can get free weather apps, or you can even pay for some that are more extensive that will dial it in and be as accurate as any NOAA or any person that is getting paid by the government. Everybody gets their weather from. Do you get your weather at 6:30, at 6:29, or from Fox News Tampa, or do you get your weather from your phone? I get my weather from my phone.
I get my weather from my phone, and then maybe on the 9s.
And maybe because you haven't cut the cord yet, and you still got Spectrum. Every one of us else, we've all cut the cord, and if we need to go to Bay News 9, we'll go to the app.
My son's like on the what's?
Yeah.
People's ability to prepare for these storms will be compromised.
In San Antonio's Weather Service office, a warning coordination meteorologist was one of the employees who accepted early retirement offers, leaving the agency at the end of April.
That's not anybody's fault.
But that
Many
didn't
weather
result in a
offices
lack
remain
of a notification. Who cares?
Understaffed.
By the way, there was a notification sent at 1:14, 200 and some minutes before it all started going down, and had the camp counselors had a weather radio, or just. One would think that the camp counselors would have their cell phones, because all these alerts go right over your cell phone.
According to the former
There's one
director
camp counselor whose name I need to remember, but he saved, I think, over 150 young women.
That was the Coast Guard. That was the Coast Guard.
No, a counselor, like a 4 or 5 year old counselor, like maybe 26 years old, just ran into the fire and saved a ton of young women.
Now, was there? I got to go to words, but was there could you have had the kids run to a higher ground?
Yeah, this is the guy, Scott Ruskin, a Coast Guard swimmer, is credited with saving 165 people.
Yeah, Coast Guard.
Yep. There was a camp counselor as well that did some amazing stuff.
Could you let me say, hey, there's the river, and that way is the hill.
Yeah, well,
run up the hill, take your sleeping bag, take something to sit on. I don't care. Get that. You can't take whatever you can carry. Take. Maybe something that you can sit on or something like that, but get the hell out of here.
Yeah, because there was 750 kids at the camp, and there were cabins in higher ground.
Right, that didn't get affected.
Correct.
There was only this one area, which I think was the mess hall and the activity center.
And a couple cabins.
That were in the red zone. So had they heeded to the to the warnings, they would have been able to take all the kids to higher ground, and none of the kids would have been killed.
Yep.
Well, the lawsuits are going to be plentiful, as they should be. A place like that, Jay, probably has pretty good insurance, right?
I would imagine so.
I guess there's now, when I return, we'll get into it. There's scammers now that are targeting the families of missing children, demanding money to return them.
Oh, Jesus.
I'd meet that guy, and then I'd kill him. I would. Even if he had my kid. I would kill him. Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the worst ever to hold a kid on. What are we, the Lindbergh baby now? We'll get to that next. Hold on.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
So with that, Danny, I don't have a report yet. I won't have a report.
Let me, can you make this? Do a picture.
I'm gonna open up real fast. It's like Dan, while you're here, we're gonna analyze Simone Biles because people are, because she got a boob job.
Looks like it.
And it looks like a pretty good one.
Yeah.
She didn't go too. You can't go too big on a small
She
frame.
went above the muscle too, maybe.
So I'll have you break it down.
What time did it happen? Anybody in chat know what time it actually came through Camp Mystic? What's up, Fit 212? Good morning, everybody. Let me get my rumble on too here. What's up, Double XL? Holy smokes, HS Bubba fam. That's crazy. Interesting social FTE. SoCal, excuse me. What up, Xerxes, Lee Thomas, Gilson.
What?
Up out Target, Jonesy 869. Morning. Matthew Hawk. How are you? Felix Barajas. What's up, buddy? What's up, Nick? Florida Brian. Almost divorced the lawyer. What up? Hope all's well, Jonesy. Troy Nelson.
All right, well, in between shows.
Bad Jake.
Okay. Can you wait that long?
Kenny F. and Powers. What's
Today's
up,
our long
buddy?
day, you know.
I moved pigmentation
How you doing, Bubba Windy?
tomorrow.
Oh, okay. What time?
I'm gonna do it right after the show tomorrow.
Is that correct, Chris?
No, I gotta be out of here at like 5 till 10.
Does
'cause
anyone
I got a
know what
doctor's
time
appointment in
the
the
water went
countryside
through
tomorrow?
Yeah, so I'll be out of here.
Okay, then I'll have the guys. I'll
Have them come in earlier.
Okay.
Like 10:30.
Okay.
10:15. Because I will literally be on the road by 10.
I just texted
And, and then you know what? Because here's the deal. If you get them here earlier, you knock it out earlier.
No, I know. No, I just texted them this morning and asked if they could do 10:30 or 11. So I'll
Make it 10:30.
I'll
And then after the show, I'll go get, you know.
Okay, thank you.
You know, Blumels was
You need one of
working
these?
with a guy called Little Bear.
I mean,
on
yeah,
YouTube.
if it'll help me,
He's a really big guy.
it'll help me
He's a
trade.
Very well-known professional surfer.
I can get some good cards with that.
Look up Michael Ho, Little Bear, and you'll see a big guy surfer.
So for Klim Kush, should we save the ass chewing for Clint Cush on the guy. What's my cards worth?
Oh yeah.
Or do you want to do this on the big show?
No, we can do it on the Clement Cush.
Give us something to talk about.
What's up?
What's up, Jay? How you doing, man?
Doing well.
Sorry, I was walking off some anxieties. Didn't mean to ignore you.
I'm doing the same. I just had an MRI on my shoulder. I think I fucked my shoulder up in the surf race.
Yeah, Dan said you might have like torn your rotator cuff?
Yeah, I landed on my elbow and I pushed it up into my
But Jay,
like this kind of thing.
Ask Jimmy Clevis. Shoulder surgery is the fucking word.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Dr. Dan and Jay, both in for a little bit longer. I'll probably let me break fairly. We're running a little bit late today, so I'll probably break like 5, maybe 10, so Dan can grab a gear and get the hell out of here.
Perfect.
Is today surgery, Dan, or is today office?
Today's office. Did the shoes come in? Did my shoes? Did I get a pair of those shoes?
You're talking about your Fat Man Dunks?
Yeah.
What size are you?
11.
Okay. Hold on.
Mommy, did you get yours?
Dan, shut up.
Were you here?
Stop doing comparative.
Were you here?
I got you. Yeah. Were you here, Johnny, around the world?
Yeah, it was before. I was here.
Jay, I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm just going to go and tell you this right now.
Man,
I'm just going to tell you this right now.
Oh, boy.
Dan, yes, I got your 11s.
Awesome.
Cool.
Secondly,
I was here when the shoes were here, Bubba, and those stacks
just be
and stacks
quiet.
of shoes.
Jay stepped in. I got to tell you, Dan. Don't Brian Matroni yourself off this show because your brother came in.
Just asked for the shoes.
Hold on, because your brother came in. Because your brother came in here, and it was a different vibe, and he really gelled with us. And he's just got different timing than you, and it was really a nice change of pace. I was kind of hoping he was going to come in this morning.
Oh, that's nice, Bubba. That's great because next time he saves your life, you can make him like every day. And right after you compliment him for not stepping on you, he stepped on you, and then Seth stepped on you, and then you stepped on him.
Oh, shut up, Johnny Scorekeeper.
Here I watched it last
time. I need
called me up and bumped pissed about how
next time you're dying,
step on
call
him,
Jay.
and then stepped on him, and then Seth stepped on him, and then Bubba stepped. I'm like, Danny.
Shut up, Danny.
Relax.
Okay.
Shut up, Danny. I'm calling Steve.
Exactly. Yeah, call Steve.
I will call.
Because he doesn't control anything. I control. Steve gets his opinion. Jay puts his opinion. And then, like men, we make our decisions.
Hey, listen,
and we usually agree.
Listen, you know what? I think I don't like your tone right now.
What happened? I
think you need to back down your tone.
All he wanted was some
My
shoes.
friend.
And do a Brian like quit on you when there's COVID? Is that what you mean, like do a Brian?
No, but you need
Or
to
walk
realize that your brother did a really good job in your replacement. I just want to let you know that.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate your help, bro. Thank you. That's great. That's great.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I smiled at you. I said that's
Danny,
great. I smiled. I was complimenting you.
You're saying it in a confrontational type
Not at
way.
all. I was saying no. Thank you, Jay. Thank you for stepping up for you. I appreciate it.
I'm glad I did okay. And I know I'm not as funny as Dan.
And I'm always hanging 10.
It's not easy, dude. I don't know how you've been doing it for 30 years, Bubba. I have no idea how you get up at that hour and do it.
I will tell you this.
Doing it for all these years and stuff.
Dan,
it's crazy.
and listen, I love Dan to death. I'll do anything for him. He's my boy. I just actually privately told him, this is a little bit of a dog and pony show, but privately I just told him, hey, man, we need to start doing some more stuff. So I love Dan to death. I love riling him up. And boy, does he get riled. Man,
you know the buttons, don't you?
Get riled.
But don't get worked into a shoot, Bubba, you know?
No, don't you get worked into a shoot. You're not even using the term correctly. You're getting yourself worked into a shoot.
Not at all,
I'm the
man.
guy
I'm
that's
smiling.
booking the match right now, running
running the program. Jay's coming in on the backside helping me, and you're working yourself into a goddamn shoot.
I'm
and you
laughing.
even went in through how the pecking order of the Diacos went. That's how far of a shoot you think this is.
Yeah. Well, again, do you see the pictures I sent you? That's why I came home to last night.
Okay, so hold on, Dan, because when you leave, I want to make sure I get your shoes for you. Okay? Now, Lummy, I know you wanted a pair, and I think you're a 14, are you not?
Oh yeah, whatever you have, Bubba, will be fine.
No, Lummy, what you give me? What you want me to give you a size 8 that you can't wear? I mean, listen, stop. I need accurate statistics.
That would be perfect. Thank you, Bubba.
No,
14 is perfect.
No,
it is.
That's the biggest we got.
Yes.
And I had one set aside.
Thank you.
Dan, you're 11.
Yes, please.
Okay. Seth, you don't want them because they'll end up on eBay for an 86 Bill Buckner.
Well, I'd like a pair, and I'd like to give mine to Dan.
Now, Dan has a pair. Macho, I do now. Listen,
got 3 now.
Please only accept a pair if you're really going to wear them. Because if you're not going to wear them, I can sell them, and they will sell immediately because I have a few extras that I'm going to put up. But if you're not going to wear them, then don't get them. Macho Man, do you want a pair?
I'll sacrifice for the company.
No, that's not the answer. Jay, can you see the problem? Like, I can't get a straight answer.
Well,
I'd sacrifice for the company too.
You've cultivated an environment where we are afraid to tell you that we don't like your shoes.
Okay,
we're scared.
I did not that.
I didn't say that.
All right, Macho. Okay, so you don't want a pair?
Size 11.
Size 11.
Now he's afraid.
Macho is a size 11. Okay. And I think Jay wouldn't wear them, to be honest with you. Jay,
I would wear them once a year at Bubba, at Barp, and so no, I would say if you do, I'd take one for the team.
So, Lummy, I got a Dan 11, Macho 11, and Lummy 14. So at this next break, while Dan's walking out to one of his $1 zillion cars, what car did you drive today, Dan?
Lamborghini.
Exactly.
What was that?
Who answers like
Just
that?
when you can't get any more douchier.
I'm trying to be extra douchey with that.
Douchier.
I was trying to.
Before I start breaking down some more Texas flooding stuff, there's a big hubbub. The I don't know how many time gold medalists, but arguably one of the greatest gymnasts that we've had in our lifetime. Now, I don't necessarily agree. Well, Seth, what was the latest dust up that she had
with Riley Gaines?
With Riley Gaines,
trans.
right?
She apologized.
She did, because I think she saw the wave of hate. And, that it could potentially hurt her brand. Now, this is, and she's dating a Chicago Bears safety, is she not?
They're married, yeah.
And he started, I think he was originally I think he played 2 years with the Packers.
I hope they have amazingly athletic kids too. I love when athletes get together and have like crazy athlete kids.
Seth, didn't he come from the Packers?
Yeah, I think he played for the Texans and the Packers.
Yep,
and
Texans,
the
Cardinals, Texan, Packers. And now he really has kind of found his groove with Chicago. I think this is the longest tenure he's had. She and him kind of met, I think, in when he played for the Texans. I think they met in Texas, because isn't she from Houston or something like that? I don't know.
Yes.
And so she now officially, I don't think, Dan, I think being a gymnast, you can't have big boobs because they get in the way of, the uneven bars, just everything that you do. A lot of times you're smashing your chest against something, whether it's the floor exercise or the uneven bars or whatever. So having a nice set of, 275s, or it looks like she went fairly conservative. Most of these women are very, very strong and muscular
and lean,
which tends to lean to like a kind of a more of a muscular girl's boob than a real nice. Well, there's her new ones. And Dan, I think those are about 315s. And are those over the muscle or under?
I hope they're over the muscle, because you don't want to wing that bird. She's got such great athleticism that if you put them under the muscle, it would compromise her strength.
But over on top.
But on top of the muscle.
What determines when you're doing a consultation for a girl? And what are the factors that you determine on what you're going under slash? Because you're a big under the muscle guys when you can, right?
Well, if you go under the muscle, they tend to stay perky longer. They tend to have fewer complications in the long run, like capsular contracture. And the muscle helps insulate the top part so they don't look quite as fake. Like those look pretty, they have a pretty significant transition. So when you're lean and you go above the muscle, it looks like two bolt-ons.
You're saying that those look a little bolt-on-ish.
Yeah, because she's lean.
By your standards.
I think so. She's lean.
Would you have gone maybe more like maybe a smaller teardrop?
They don't do teardrops anymore because they're textured, and textured implants cause long-term problems. So I would go maybe subfascial, so you're still like above the muscle, but there's another layer kind of holding for some support. So a lot of people that can't decide if they want to go above the muscle or below the muscle, there's kind of an in-between operation called subfascial.
Do you do that?
Mm-hmm.
So there's Simone Biles with her new jugs.
They look good. God bless her.
I mean, they do. What, Dan?
She ain't competing anymore, though, is she?
No, you can't.
Yeah, so now's the time to do it.
World champion.
Yeah, I mean, so
Or,
Dan,
gold
would you
medalist.
say my estimation? I'm looking. I say 285 to 315 cc's.
I think you're probably right. How tall is she? She's probably a little. isn't
Teeny
she?
tiny, like 5.
Probably like 4'10", something like that.
4'8". She's 4'8".
She's 4'8".
Oh, dude,
Dan.
those could be 225s on a 4'8" girl. That would be huge because
Yeah.
she's just so little.
She's 4'8".
Yeah, it's tiny.
4'8". There's her 3 years ago.
Yeah, big difference.
In shape, unbelievable shape, but it's probably still competing, so you can't have the big knocks.
No.
And these aren't even big knocks. These are really, really, really small knocks.
They look proportionate. They look great.
They did, when you're on a 4'8", frame,
I think it's.
I think it's sexy.
I think they
as hell.
did it. I think it really completes the package.
I think she's sexy as hell. If she could just keep her mouth shut.
And her mentals.
Yeah, true. So anyway, I'm gonna go get everybody's shoes. Okay.
Thank you.
Walk Dan to his Lamborghini. And we'll
with his free shoes.
With his free shoes. Now, Dan, I better see you wear these shoes.
Oh, I'll wear them.
And I'll walk you to your Lamborghini with your free shoes, and I'll return back in just a matter of moments.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Oh, I understand. You can take a look at it and see where. You know where. Oh, there's nothing to look at. You know where. I'll show you where it is. Oh, wait, go.
Lummy, I'm going pee-pee just in case you needed me to help you with any of chat.
I think I got it. You go pee-pee.
I'm going pee-pee. Yellow diamonds look like pee-pee.
Wave your huge hog around.
Oh, it is tiny because I have to pee so bad. The more I pee,
pushing it in?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the worst.
I was pissing all over. It was like I'll tell you later.
Oh, I can't wait. What kind, Macho Man? Oh, those, yeah. Patrol, yeah. Okay, I got what you're saying. I got what you're putting down. I'm over in Vegas, 58 months. Thank you. Bruner, 420, 23 months. What's up, Joe? Yeah, trade. Hodacron. Go pee pee. We can do that, Macho Man. What's up, Semi-Autoglass Travis? Don't forget Bubba Army Tips. If you're enjoying the show, want to throw a little love to Bubba. It works a lot better for the end result. What's up, Jonesy? Morning, Steve Jenkins, CC Hall, thank you. What's up, Napa Mike? What's up, BDO? Neil Maltazir knows where to put it with Bubba Army Tips. What's up, Sezuk? I want to be a Macho Man, too. Just like Macho Man. Macho Man. I wanna be have it yesterday at work. So I just was asking, Uncle Eric. So. Thank you. What's up, Xerxes 69? Trey Joe. Julio Joe, good morning. Let's see who we got. Ringo Valentino with the 84 months and stuck in Dion Stubb 80 months. Woo! Thank you on your renewals on Twitch. Tampa Rob 84, 54 months. Calvin Binko 90 months. Thank you. Thank you, Bubba. Woohoo! Look at these bitches, boys.
We need to fix that.
What is it?
His red in there. It was had Rhett's name in there.
Oh, yeah.
The graphic.
Got it. Joe. You got the file.
It looks like Rhett is actually fucking doing pretty good over there at 28.
He's at 8. General 8?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah. Yeah, he's enjoying it, bro. These are awesome.
That makes me happy. And we have somebody that bettered themselves and...
You're just happy you don't have to pay unemployment.
Yeah.
That makes everyone happy.
Exactly.
I take it back. I take it back.
Now look for that handout. Speed Racer 26.
Don't forget what?
I'm not gonna say it.
BDKRE.
Don't forget.
Good morning.
What? You're happy he got a job for multiple reasons. It's okay.
That's right. See the grumpy old man. What's up?
You know Lummy would never take unemployment from you.
Nope. Oh, that took Bubba's ankles. Gotta find someone. Spine tan. Yeah, hit that thumbs up. It's on Jay's shoulders now.
Shit. Dan's taking full credit for the first hour, 2.5 hours today. Let's bring the nose up, boys. Where are we here? Redo it.
Beach Bubba fan. Where's Cankles? Send me a message. I have an idea, maybe.
Only 7:45.
What?
We should mine's 7 hours.
We're almost 8:50.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Man, Dan's got a hair trigger on him. Man. Then I just jokingly say, I'm gonna call Steve, and he's like, you call him. Go ahead, call him. Because I'll tell you what's gonna happen. It's gonna end up going through me at the end of the day. And Steve will call Jay, and then I'll make a decision.
I don't have the emotional energy to argue like that with those guys anymore at this point in my life.
Do you and Dan ever get on at the office and you're just like, whatever, Dan?
He and I rarely ever argue with each other, to be honest. It's usually when the three of us are together is when it gets bad.
That's when the arguing? Is that when most of the arguing takes place?
Yeah.
Two's company, three's a crowd, even when it comes to brothers?
100%.
Oh, hold on. Let me this one. Uh-oh. Oh, Jesus. Can you give me... Let me...
Dozens are dead and more...
Okay. I hate...
Rising waters at Camp Mystic,
stuck.
that's a Christian girls' summer camp on the Guadalupe River, claimed the lives of many, some as young as 8 years old. Now, the flood was fast and furious, the river rising 26 feet in only 45 minutes. And it happened in the middle of the night while the campers were sleeping, leaving them unaware of the emergency alert issued at 4 a.m. The youngest girls at the facility were in cabins pretty much on the riverbank, roughly 225 feet away. Local authorities faced questions Sunday about why the camps were not evacuated earlier and if flood alerts went out in time. But rather than answering those tough questions, they immediately ended the press conference. Now, not far from Camp Mystic, Reese and Paula Zunker were vacationing with their 2 children. Both parents perished in the flood, and their children are among the missing. A business owner in one of the flooded areas.
So does that mean, Lummy, they found the mom and dad dead?
Yep.
And they've not found the kids yet?
Correct.
Described the night like this.
Because you couldn't see anything, it was pitch black. But hearing people screams, kids screaming, asking for help. Cars were floating away with the lights on. You could see the lights and you can hear honking. And there was like not 1 or 2, but there were dozens of vehicles just floating away. And I was just...
Well, they said it raised what? 26 feet in 45 minutes?
Yes.
Something like that?
Dude, this is brutal, and I don't know if this is going to... You know how everybody, whenever, it's political season, it's like, oh, let's all come together. And I think anybody with a brain or common sense knows that we're not all coming together. Even when we came together on 9/11, we still separated. But when you have this, and this has already been politicized, when you have kids that were just swept away, this is one of the most horrific things that I've heard about.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's still, now we're talking about what alarms went out and who should have heard what alarm. And it doesn't feel like we're rallying or giving anybody time to grieve or anything like that. I know maybe they're a little bit more insulated from the outside world with everybody talking about it, but it just feels like we've jumped a step with how we handle these tragedies now, and it feels like we skip like the human part of it.
We skip the let's all be on the same team and support the cause and this tragedy, and let's try to all band together as a community and do what we can. But you're right, Seth, but it'll instantaneously get politicized as to who cut what program. And so and I think it's our politicians don't lead by example, and instead of our politicians making this a let's come together community event, they make it instantaneously an event that can possibly, benefit them. And it turns, instead of healing and trying to fix things, we automatically go to pointing fingers. And whose fault was it? And political fingers. We automatically go to start pointing political fingers. It happened with the Biden, with the air traffic controllers.
Well, I think Ted Cruz blamed Biden for I think some of this that happened.
It's ridiculous.
Trump's got blamed, of course, but it's just like it's those 2 guys right away, and it's rallying to their sides to try to figure out whose fault it really was. It's just
I'd like a politician to say, you know what, I'm not pointing this on any president. I'm pointing this on, the lack of not learning from our 87 tragedy and not. Raising the...
Trump actually said that yesterday. He said, I'm not blaming Biden for it. He literally said those words.
Yeah, you're right. It never used to be that politicians used natural disasters for gain. They came in there, they rolled their sleeves up, they got into the community, and they tried to help. They helped Democrats, helped Republicans, Republicans helped Democrats. There was none of this pointing fingers. It was, we got... a big task ahead of us to find these surviving people. We don't know how many there are. There could be 50. There could be 300.
They're like, yeah, okay, a bunch of kids got swept away, but let's talk about when the warning came through, what time it was.
And was there a budget cut on that deal or not? Yeah.
There was never the Texas Hill County strong moment where the community came together and they all are doing everything they possibly can. I understand exactly what he's saying.
Yeah.
I didn't appreciate that on this one, because even after the storms, you saw a lot of the communities rallying together, and they're just not, I'm sure they did, but they're not focusing on that on the news.
It was just too much.
In the middle of the devastation, there are stories of bravery, like the pair of brothers who survived together inside of their camp cabin, watching the waters rise up from the top of a bunk bed. Now, they ended up climbing into the rafters until the walls collapsed. The pair swam out into the raging waters, and miraculously, they made it to safety. Now, FEMA support has been activated, and the search for the missing continues. But even more rain is prompting new evacuations and slowing down those efforts. Ease the pain of going back to work after.
Here's Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz caught on vacation abroad during Texas tragedy.
Was this real or are they messing?
No, he was.
Was he in Greece?
He was in Athens, Greece.
He came home.
Come on.
He was.
He's always on vacation during these things.
But here's the deal, man. If I'm
the man liked a summer vacation.
But it also happened on another tragedy. Lummy, I think that when they have like a power outage or a freak snowstorm or something.
Yeah, it was a snowstorm that messed up the power grids and people were out of power.
Remember Karen Bass though? Remember though she got crushed when she was in another country when the LA fires started breaking out.
Yeah. She left when there were already fire warnings.
Oh, did she? Okay.
Yeah.
And
so it was a little different.
And here's the thing, man. If I'm a politician, I'm not going to take long vacations out of the country. I'm going to be close to home. I mean, there's enough things to do in Texas or a couple states away, or even. I mean,
why are you trying to tell Ted where he should go relax? He's seen every corner of Texas.
So I feel if you're a public servant, you got to be readily available to the district that you to the area that you represent.
He can be home in just a short 16 hours, Bubba.
But I feel like it's your duty. You're duty bound to be available and present when your area and the area that you needs you the most. You're a leader. You've been elected a leader for a reason. Now, don't be over there hanging 10 in Athens when we are, we have catastrophic life loss in your area.
I know there's been some that want to politicize this senator, and we kind of got to push them aside.
Yeah. He did come home immediately, though, did he not?
I'm sure. I don't know how many people are faulting. I'm not faulting the guy for being on vacation. I mean, he got back pretty quickly.
Yeah, he left early Sunday and got back Sunday night.
But we got to do something different when it comes to protecting our girls, our kids, our community. Yeah. What can we do? I mean, 45 minutes? Adults can't even respond in that time.
Well, look, there's a staging and ordering of things. The first thing with any crisis is search and rescue. And search and rescue is still...
Man, they really gave Ted the hand-me-down mic, did they not? Lummy, did you see Tina, a member of the Subscribe Bubba Army YouTube channel for 7 months?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Tina.
Still ongoing. There are 10 girls missing. Our prayers are that those girls will still be found. After the search and rescue, you've got to just rebuild. I mean, you look at
if I'm Ted Cruz, Lummy, I get some of those fishermen, that go up to your waders.
Oh, like the fly fishing?
Yeah. Waders that go clear up to your boobs with some suspenders.
That's right.
And I got...
Go looking for people?
And I got one of those inflatable boats or an airboat or something, and I maybe if it's just so the media can catch me, but I'm literally trying to go into these little nooks and crannies and I'm trying to actively...
You're doing a Christy Gnome moment? Get a good photograph with a hat on?
Yeah.
And this wreckage, the number of homes and RVs and cabins that have been damaged. But there's no doubt afterwards we're going to have a serious retrospective, as you do with any disaster.
That's right. And
say, okay, what could have been done differently to prevent this disaster? And look, the fact that you have girls asleep in their cabins when the...
Listen, I mean, we got two issues here. The first warning from the National Weather Service with the word catastrophic happened at 1:14 a.m. This event, Jay, what happened at 4:30, 4:45?
In the morning.
So you got, 3 hours. I think you need to...
They're going to start paying people to monitor those emergency systems 24/7.
I think if you're going to have a gathering of, whether it's a hotel or it's a by the way, Lummy, Kenneth Kendall, let's fudge some whores.
Yes.
$50 in the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. Thank you. But I think that if you're an establishment that has a certain you're hosting people, whether it be a camp that has 200 kids or the Hampton Inn that's got 400 people staying in its hotel, those that are in the flood zone need to have, I think, weather radios.
For sure. If you're running a Mount Everest hiking service and you say, oh my God, I didn't know the weather came in. I mean, come on.
I didn't know there was avalanche condition.
If you're in a flood zone for a camp and it's a flood zone, then you have a duty to make sure that you know what's going on. And I'm not trying to make it more about the law and all this stuff. I'm just saying this was a preventable
but it's
situation.
Interesting to see how you break this down as a lawyer and how you would. And if you had the people from the camp, as you were deposing the people from the camp, you would say to them probably, were you not familiar that you're in a flood zone? They would say, yes, we knew we were in a flood zone. Okay. Don't you think it's your duty, having been, knowing that your facility is in a designated flood zone, don't you think it's your duty to protect your campers?
Your invitees. When people pay something to go somewhere, you have a heightened duty. So, like, if you're a business invitee, that business has a heightened duty to make sure that you're safe from all reasonably foreseeable events.
Right.
That's this.
And, you'd have a heyday with this.
It would be horrible. And it's the worst type of cases ever. And I tell people all the time, you don't want a good case, because that means someone you love is dead or forever maimed. That's a good lawsuit. So, this is terrible.
Good cases legally for you are often really bad situations for others.
They're the most heartbreaking situations that I ever have to do is tell people.
What's been no names mentioned? Would it be the helicopter? The one that tore you up the most? That in representing
the 13-year-old girl that died after going to an emergency room, and they gave her a dose of steroids and some medication. And
what did she first go in complaining of?
She had all the classic signs and symptoms of a bacterial infection. And she'd been to an urgent care earlier that day, 13 years old, a super, super stout young woman who was into horses, never went to the doctor at all. Had a rash all over her body, and
so she's a horse rider. So she's like a country girl. She's probably kind of tomboyish, tough.
That never went to the doctors ever.
Right.
So it was very unusual. So the urgent care said, "This is beyond us. Go to the ER."
Now, what symptoms did she have?
She had fever. They actually did blood work where she had elevated white blood count. She had rash, she had lethargy, she had of all the classic signs and symptoms of something going on. And then they tested her and they found out she had it, and they still sent her home. And she died 36 hours later.
Wow.
And that one weighs with me very heavily, because at the time I had a child that was 13. And so what did they do? They blamed the mom and dad.
And a daughter at that, or was it your son?
It was my son at the time. My daughter's that age now, but it's the loss of a life at that age is so tragic. It's absolutely the worst call that I've ever made in my entire life, was calling that family and telling them they had a good med-mal case. That was tragic. And the family mourned and they sobbed, and we all sobbed together. And then I said, there's something that I have to tell you that's even worse. And they're like, what's that? And I said, they're going to blame you guys. And I said, what? And I said, they're going to blame you for what happened over the weekend.
So just being the lawyer that you are, you knew how they were going to try to reverse the heat to get out of it.
And they did it. And they tried to make the deposition as uncomfortable as possible for these surviving parents. And then you know what I did? I made it uncomfortable for the doctor. And they settled for the full policy within 30 days.
Oh, perfect.
I was going to say, is going against hospital doctors, it's got to be tough, right?
Not when you got Dan.
It's tough.
I mean, listen, sometimes Jay will bring Dan in, and Dan will completely debunk this dude, because most law firms don't have a doctor that can be there immediately. You'd have to hire a doctor to be an expert witness, but most firms don't have a doctor as a partner. And so these doctors...
But most people are kind of happy with doctors in hospitals, aren't they? Like, if something doesn't go their way in a hospital,
they try to sue.
But when these hospitals or whatever bring in expert doctors or expert witnesses, there's been several times that I've seen or heard that the guy's just spewing some nonsense because he didn't think anybody's going to call him out, and Dan would be like,
Yeah, I brought him in.
You are completely wrong.
I brought Dan in for plastic surgery injuries, but I go through 99 cases to get to one, Seth.
Oh, wow.
And I have this phrase: everybody thinks they want a good med-mal case. Nobody wants a good med-mal case.
Because they're not pretty.
They're not pretty. And I just had a depot last week on Wednesday where I went to Orlando and I took a doctor's depot in a med mal case where my client has catastrophic neurologic damage on his right arm now. Can't use it anymore. And so at some point in the depot, I literally had a Matlock moment. I said, doctor, isn't it true that more likely than not, your surgery was the cause of this nerve injury? And he said, likely. And I kept my poker face, and then about 5 minutes later, there was a break, and I said to the court reporter, I said, did you just hear what I heard? She said,
it's over, right?
I said, it's over. It's over. That one's over.
I mean, at that point, are they settling? Are they making a phone call saying, hey, what's
They've already reached out.
All right.
So, yeah, it's like, and that's the difference, Seth, between taking something by Zoom and going there in person. I went there in person. I drove for 2 hours. I sat with the dude. I went through all the records, and it took 2.5 hours before I got to that question.
Right. But that question was the question that, ended it all.
Yep.
Hi, who's this? You're on the air.
Hey, Bubba. You mentioned a couple things yesterday. One was that a lot of times you don't prepare for flash floods. I hunt a deer camp up in that area. It's actually north of Gainesville. Obviously, that's a heck of a ways from where this is. But we have one bridge on the property. It's 3,000 acres. And we have one bridge on the property that periodically gets hit with flash floods. And in that area, I can assure you it's on everyone's mind. You said, man, you just don't think about a flash flood hitting you, but everyone that lives in that area is constantly worried about that. I also have a friend, I actually have a cousin out in Arizona, and they get hit with flash floods like from the north end of the state. They'll get like 2 inches or 3 inches of rain in northern Arizona, and it'll hit them like 150 miles away. And like you would never think, but because of what the soil is made of, and like it's mostly clay underneath the top layer, so it doesn't absorb. The water just keeps going downhill, and nothing can stop it. And the other part of the worst part of this is that once you're in that water, it's not just water. Like there's entire boulders that are rolling downhill, and you're getting pulverized. You'll hit boulders that aren't moving, and once you do hit that, the ones that keep coming at you are basically just grinding you up into a bag of broken bones.
Yeah, I mean, you got all that. You got all that debris. You got everything from boulders to trees to cars to just anything that to lawn chairs to pool. I mean, just anything that can float is now a projectile. And if you're in the water floating, trying to save your life for whatever reason, you are now a ping pong ball that's going to be getting hit by all of this stuff potentially.
And held under the water because now the next boulder's on top of you and pressing down on you, and you've just got thousands of. You wouldn't think big boulders would be the thing that would get you, but you're basically just being ground up.
Yeah.
And you mentioned too yesterday about tornadoes and being whipped around in the air. You're not just whipped around in the air. Everything in that tornado is moving also at 250 miles an hour. So like all that debris is hitting you and going through you and ripping pieces of flesh off, and like you're not just spinning around in a circle like, oh great, now I'm gonna fall. You're more than likely dead before you ever hit the ground because of what's in that tornado. So I just remembered that from yesterday, but anyway.
All right, buddy. I appreciate your call. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Change of plans for our tornado hunting, then, Bubba.
Yeah, no more tornado hunting.
Good luck.
Yeah, we were going to go up north and hit a White Sox game and then go tornado hunting in Iowa.
You're like, this tornado is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life.
Bubba's been in a couple of tornadoes.
I'm not bit. I've been.
Yeah, he survived the one of 1947 in Kokomo, Indiana. We heard about that one.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
It's gonna be close, Lum.
Dan's first day back, and
Dan's first day back.
Doesn't even hit it.
And the fans have spoken. that they didn't really
Why are you fucking with Dan, dude? You know that you know that shit bothers him. Now he's gonna fucking go sit in his shoes and fucking stew about you taking them off for
He's got his
Jay.
entire staff logging on and fucking hitting like buttons. Really? We need you guys to hit those thumbs up. I don't want to be. It's been since when, Lummy?
I want to say February. I mean, technically, it's been since February. February 26th.
What's up, Wet Iced Tea?
February what?
26th.
What's up, Alan Bowling?
February 26th or 5th?
6th. 6th. What Iced Tea?
February 26th, the last time we didn't hit a G ball. Come on, guys. 9:26. Come on, hit the like button.
People,
I'm over here on YouTube.
Talk to him, Jay. Did you get a thumbs up over here? No.
I didn't.
Come on, Jay.
Come on, Berto. Eat more coleslaw, all you guys out there. I know you guys haven't hit it yet. We get 1,000 every day. What's up? Good morning, the Thomas Gilson. You don't want to leave Danny with this impression that he could get 1,000. That would be the worst thing for him.
Good morning, Liz. Hello, Ice T. Hello, Berto, Thomas. Let's hit our likes if we can, please.
I know. How come it's so little over there on Rumble, guys? How you doing, Berto? Xeris, good morning. Xerxes.
Last night I dreamt of San Pedro.
That usually puts us over the 1,000. Little
Usually,
80s, little 80s
karaoke
singing.
karaoke with Kush.
People love it.
Karaoke with Kush usually gets us.
When I'm not here, I always try to figure out what song it is.
Dude, I'm going to Offspring with Babyface on Saturday.
Really?
Yeah.
That should be actually fun. Offspring's a much better
Morning,
band.
Michael.
He bought tickets.
Michael Boom.
He said he would pay for my ticket. I just have to promise to stay for most of the show.
That's cool. Most of the show, as long as you can leave a little early, because I like to leave every show a little
Well, I checked the set list ahead of time.
9:26.
And it looks like Self-Esteem they do as an encore, which is of course my favorite song.
Yeah.
So there's gonna be a lot of life decisions that have to be made that night. And
Including you taking an Uber home.
Yeah, and if Babyface can't find me after the show, I'm gone.
I'm going to the bathroom, Brian. I'll be back.
Well, he's got a married couple coming with him. I don't know. I mean,
Oh, really?
Yeah, he said
You're his third
Upside-down
wheel on a
pineapple
married
thing?
couple, Willie?
Yeah, he said they're cool, but you know they never are.
It's an upside down pineapple moment?
I'm not fucking at Offspring. I might even go in my car after Jimmy Eat World plays.
9:48.
We'll get there.
We're 52 away with
36 minutes.
26
minutes.
24 minutes.
The only thing, Gary, is the amphitheater is so fucked. You have to walk about 4 miles to get to like an Uber or your car. So if I do decide to leave,
Oh, like an Uber is impossible from there.
Oh my god, yeah.
You can get an Uber from Emily easier than you could from fucking.
Well, yeah, it's just the middle.
Do they let the Emily Ubers pull right up to the circle?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's actually really. I got an Uber after one of the Cup games a few years ago. It was easy.
Yeah. But not at the amphitheater.
No, there's a huge line because they have to like go out on I-4, whatever the exit is.
Or Orient.
Yeah.
Nothing's easy at the amphitheater.
No, I'm not a huge fan.
Unless you
50
do the
away.
Did Brian really have some swag into the VIP parking? Because then you get in and out easy.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
It's been since February 25th or 6th. That we've not hit 1,000 thumbs up on our YouTube. Don't make today the first day that Dr. Dan Diaco, hero to me. He's a hero to me, handsome and rich, and he drives a Ferrari. He acts tough, but deep down he's a softie. Oh. And if we don't hit 1,000, he's going to blame it on Jay. When realistically, Jay's only here for an hour and a half. So we got.
We'll have 1,000 easily in the next 2 minutes. And Dan was so happy leaving here today with his shoes that you gave him.
Shoes, and then he did a quick rotator cuff prognosis on Jay, and then was out the door. Boom, boom. So again, go to if you're watching us on YouTube, thank you. Again, we're visually you can watch the show on Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, X, and Facebook. And let me those face. I mean, you met a couple 70-year-olds.
Yes.
Yesterday at Home Depot, they're like, Bubba is still available.
Yeah.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Well, they do all about Facebook once you let them know.
And you said, yeah, Facebook. Just like Bill O'Reilly said yesterday, I'm on everything. I got, I sell millions of books and I make a lot of money, and I got a 10 times larger audience than I ever had at Fox. But I pretty much only know about Facebook. My team does the rest for me.
I hope it was okay. I was typing loofah in chat yesterday when you had him on the show. Do you remember the loofah deal?
Yeah, the loofah was what got him in trouble.
I know. Yeah, it was like he wanted girls to loofah themselves or something, like up there.
Were you really typing loofah in there?
Yeah, I did. I didn't want to. I didn't know if Lummy saw it, but I just was. I was humoring myself. Was it okay? Anything? Any pushback?
Sometimes you look uncomfortable during interviews.
What am I supposed? Dude,
I think you should continue to troll like you do, bud.
I was talking to Chet. It was one-on-one with Bill Riley. Nobody needs me. I knew that
you can have your whole deal go with Chad. Be like, okay, hey, it's Seth, and I'm here. If you got any really good questions, throw them my way. Maybe I'll be able to get a word in edgewise. But if not, I'm just going to sit here and how about the loofah gimmick? Should I ask him about the loofah gimmick?
I will.
And you're over there just typing away like a little secretary.
I'll start reading. I'll start reading Chat's questions during your interviews if you want me to.
No. I think you need to stick. I think you need to stick to the gig that you got it pretty much dialed in.
Okay.
I think we hit 1,000.
Yep.
I think we just hit 1,000.
Nice and quick.
Now this bitch here, she's a pediatrician. Now I know this is an AI story but boy, this AI generated chick is pretty damn hot, is she not?
Yes.
Yeah. Boy, AI is just like, you don't even know what's real and what's not. Before too long, they won't even need like regular news announcers that I like the blonde that I fret over on Channel 10. If you could just put this girl
Pediatrician Dr. Christina Probst has been fired off.
That's AI.
Nobody wants that.
I don't want that.
But you don't know that it's not AI.
Of
course you do.
Yeah, we do. You just want something to jerk it to, cowboy. We know.
You just want something to jerk it to, cowboy.
There's going to be plenty of babes.
Hold on. We know. Like Seth's done what I jerk it to surveys. We know. He ends it with a we know.
You're fretting over this small-headed AI bitch every time that she's got a new story. You could find a million real-life women that look like this that can actually speak in sentences and don't sound like robots. No one is
I don't think she sounds like a robot at all.
I do.
A Texas pediatrician, Dr. Christina Probst, has been fired after posting a shocking message on social media.
All right, let's not worry about the AI, bitch. Let's worry about the real, the fat, frumpy pediatrician bitch. And I can say that, and I can be disrespectful to her because of what she said. Okay. Oh my God! If this isn't and she'll probably be heralded as some kind of warrior, anti-MAGA warrior, but realistically, she should be canceled. She should be ruined. She should be ruined. She should lose her practice wherever she practices medicine at. The community should boycott her, this snaggletooth bitch.
about the devastating floods that struck Central Texas, claiming the victims, including dozens of children, got what they voted.
May all visitors, children, and non-MAGA voters and pets be safe and dry.
Voted for. The post, which has since been deleted, sparked widespread outrage and led to swift consequences for the doctor. The floods, centered in Kerr County, have claimed at least 82 lives, including 28 children, many from Camp Mystic, a Christian girls' summer camp along the Guadalupe River. The disaster began when a sudden storm dumped up to 15 inches of rain, causing...
Now, does it show what she tweeted?
They just showed it.
No, I don't think they
That's
did.
it right
Did
there.
they?
Yeah,
right there.
But
She said she hopes all non-MAGA voters are okay.
yeah.
May all visitors, children, and non-MAGA voters and pets be safe and dry.
Prayer hands.
So does that mean if you're MAGA, she doesn't really...
She doesn't care if you died, if you're MAGA, because
Many
you got
from
what
Camp
you voted for.
Mystic, a Christian girls' summer camp along the Guadalupe River. The disaster began when a sudden storm dumped up to 15 inches of rain, causing the river to surge 26 feet in just 45 minutes. Homes were swept away, and rescue efforts are still underway for dozens of missing individuals. First responders, including a heroic Coast Guard officer who saved 165 people,
Man, is that guy not the best?
Yep.
have been working
A
tirelessly.
Coast Guard guy, 165.
While communities...
He needs to be, after this all shakes out, man, they need to give him, what's the highest honor? It's the Congressional
Medal of Honor.
Congressional Honor of Freedom or something like that.
Is that what Tiger Woods got?
Yeah, and
Yes.
Rush Limbaugh got it. And
mourn the tragic loss of life. Dr. Propst's now deleted Facebook post reportedly expressed glee at the tragedy, stating, "May all visitors, children, non-MAGA voters and pets be safe and dry." The message appeared to target Trump supporters, suggesting their political choices led to the disaster. Screenshots of the post spread rapidly on social media, prompting a firestorm of criticism. Parents who entrusted their children to Propst's care at Bluefish Pediatrics were horrified, with many
Bluefish Pediatrics. It'd be interesting, Lummy, to see if she's still working there.
calling for her dismissal and even the revocation of her medical license.
Oh, hold on. Oh, they're asking for what? Hold on.
Pediatrics were horrified,
she's
with many
fired.
calling for her dismissal and even the revocation of her medical license.
She's been fired?
Yeah, it looks like she got fired yesterday.
Bluefish Pediatrics and Memorial Hermann, where Probst was affiliated, quickly distanced themselves from her comments. Bluefish issued a statement condemning the politicization of the tragedy, emphasizing their focus on supporting flood survivors. Dr. Sheriff Zafran, president of the Texas Medical Board, also weighed in, promising a thorough investigation into any complaints against Probst. Her profile has since been removed from both the Bluefish and Memorial Hermann websites. The backlash wasn't just professional. On platforms like X, users expressed their anger, with one parent whose child lost a classmate in the floods calling the post vile and heartless. Others, including prominent figures like former Ohio State Senator Nina Turner, criticized those politicizing the tragedy, urging unity in the faith.
Like Seth kind of touched on a while back, you know, when are we going to stop politicizing these natural disasters?
20 years ago, I don't think we could have ever imagined a pediatrician whose life mission is supposed to be to save children to say something publicly as vile as this, to say basically children whose parents voted for MAGA deserve to die. What a loathsome, horrible person.
Like let's go to 9/11. So that was George W. Bush, right?
Yep.
And I don't know who he ran against at that time. Did he run against Al Gore? I think he ran against
Al Gore was the first, before that.
Al Gore.
Yep, Al Gore.
So, you know, like...
And then John Kerry.
Yep. And then John Kerry. So if Kerry and Gore supporters would have said, you know, like, you know, my heart goes out to, you know, all the people that died in the Twin Towers...
who didn't vote for Trump? Who didn't vote for Bush?
Who didn't vote for Bush.
Oh, my God.
I mean, nobody in, like...
We could have never imagined that.
You can't even fathom a person saying that for in fear of what would happen to them. That's where we're at right now. A woman who takes care of children is basically saying, I don't care if any MAGA kids perished. I'm just praying for those that are non-MAGA.
Case of such loss. The controversy has also fueled debates about the Trump administration's cuts to the National Weather Service, though experts confirm warnings were issued in time and the disaster's scale overwhelmed local infrastructure. This tragedy has brought out both the best and worst in people. While heroes like the Camp Mystic Night security guard saved countless lives, Propst's callous words have left a stain on the medical community. The focus now...
The medical community? How about just the community? I mean, yes, you can fragment it into the medical community, but how about just us as Americans?
They're just human beings, like Seth was saying. Where's the humanity of it all?
But by the way, Ted Cruz, when he was getting interviewed before, the first thing he said after they, are done with search and rescue is rebuild. They don't need to rebuild anything there, do they?
They need
above the waterline.
They need to, They need to re-engineer. Is what they need to do.
Well, it's like Shore Acres here was, notoriously known for flooding, and the last hurricane wiped it out, and it's just like people aren't living back there anymore.
Well, I think it needs to be re-engineered.
Well, they're going to make them raise their houses.
They're going to have
stuff.
to. Yeah, they're going to all rebuilding. Seth is going to be like they're going to be on stilts, where almost like Steve's old house, and that is the first floor can be used as a garage or a gym, but it's also made to be for
it's wash through.
It's called a blow through or a blowout, where the tide can take it all out and it's still structurally sound, but everything, is ruined. But nothing down there really is, there's no bedrooms down there. There's no water heaters down there. There's no electrical deals. It's basically just a garage and so everything in Shore Acres, Seth, that were the 50s and 60s style, ground block homes, like most of them were back there, are all going to have to now go up, be recoded to the new hurricane code and be built, their first be built 11 feet up.
And we're seeing that on Davis Island, too, where there's 200 houses have been demolished from the storm last year, and every one of them has to be rebuilt with the new permits, which I think is
11 foot.
It's in Tampa, I think it's more. I think it's 14 feet.
Right.
And so
I mean, that means those people that used to be able to walk off their driveway and go right in are now going to have to go up about 12 stairs to get into their new home.
And we lost a lot of the people that have been there for 49 years. My neighbor was there. Never had a flood in her house. This one took her out. She could not afford to mitigate and make her house become compliant, so it's uninsurable. So you have an uninsurable asset, and then they have to demolish it and sell it for the dirt.
Now you got to sell it as a teardown.
Yep.
Remains on supporting the affected families and rebuilding what was lost. If you found this story impactful, please consider
with hurricanes, at least we get a couple of days of notice. It's more than 2 hours.
Can come in and tell you what's going to happen.
Could you imagine if you only had 2 hours to collect all of your belongings and even if say you got the whole 201 minutes? I mean, you get three and a little more hours to do everything. Holy crap! That's like the fire warnings. They didn't get much time.
We're gonna hit some words. Let me hit maybe the DOJ claims no Epstein list.
Nope. It's gone.
So maybe we'll hit that. Maybe we'll just say goodbye because Clem Cush is next. And Seth and I are going to try to knock that out quickly. Seth, I'd say by 15, let's be humming.
I'll be right here. I won't move.
By 15.
Yeah.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Not just for getting to the 1,000, but for all your loyalty to my family and my firm. I appreciate y'all, for sure. I wonder how many homes have been permitted in Shore Acres for demolition, Seth. If it's 200 on Davis Island, I bet you it's 300 or 400 back in Shore Acres because it was, I think, a worse flood zone than Davis Island was to begin with.
What's up? Call the police. Yeah, it's
Shore Acres is probably the lowest. And since I've been here, it's always Shore Acres.
Our house was 4 feet above sea level.
4 feet.
4. Yeah.
In Shore Acres.
Yeah.
we sold it and it got destroyed in this hurricane, and they're trying to sell the lot, and they can't sell it at all.
Just for the dirt.
Yeah.
Because they got to build a big structure on it now.
I'll walk you out, Jay.
Okay.
What are you driving today?
Little white car.
Don't try to downplay Little White Car. That's my favorite.
Like Danny.
With the big fucking, with the big carbon fiber wing. It must not gonna rain today because
It's raining today.
Is that one on the lift?
No, this is a different.
What are the two on the lifts?
918 and a Ferrari.
And then you got two below. You got two actual spots that you can.
Yeah.
But if you need to.
They're up in Lutz right now.
I know, but don't you usually keep. You keep two up high, and then you have two down low that you can park below them, right?
At my house, I have one up high and 3 I can put down low. So it's me, Trey.
Oh, I thought you had 2 lifts at home.
Nope, 1 lift.
You should get one more. Then you can have one more of your cars over there.
And my wife will still have no garage spots.
I know. That candle's still in the parking lot.
She's so happy that when Trey's gone, she gets back in the garage.
Yeah. When does Trey start school?
August 14th.
At
Florida State. So we're literally 5 weeks away from taking.
So same as you.
Yep. And he's a good young man. I mean, he'll make mistakes like young kids do, but he's got a pretty good head on his shoulders. Thank you, Sicilian Redneck. Appreciate it. You know, you can only do so much when you're parenting until they're 18, right, Bubba?
Yep, there's only so much. There's only so much you can do, and there's only so much they're going to listen to.
Yep. What the fuck did you say? Ashfed? Hopefully he doesn't overdose on fentanyl at school? Fuck off, dude.
Where's that?
That's in chat.
Where's that at?
Fuck and you, buddy.
Where's that at?
At ASF2. Hopefully he doesn't overdose on fent in college.
Okay, hold on.
You can fuck yourself, buddy.
Let me go find that guy.
Go fuck yourself. I hope you don't overdose on fent today.
I gotta find him.
Well, he's already been timed out.
Okay.
Who the fuck is
timed
that,
out?
man?
We don't need to time him out. We need to block him.
That's what we need.
That's
blocked.
horrible, man.
That's
You can
not
go
timed
fuck
out.
yourself 10 more times. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, it's you know the people that don't have kids and only have
Go pet your fucking cat and change his kitty litter.
This actually sounds like more of a bird guy, Jay.
He's got a parrot regurgitating things to him. You're the best. You're the best.
He's a bird guy.
Cat and dog owners could understand what a child,
But a bird guy,
they're very disconnected. Yeah.
I think that's right.
Right, he's a bird guy.
Yeah. Bird, iguana,
Thank you, Xerxes.
something.
Komodo dragon.
Yeah.
Snake.
Yeah.
You know what? He's reptile guy.
By far.
If you want to see a time
By
to
far.
fuck with my kid. That's it. If you want to see that.
Reptile guy.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I was going to maybe hit an article, but I'll probably save it for Clem Kush so that we can get the hell out of here. Plus, there was this dick. And thank you to the moderators that got rid of this guy. Some dude just said like the most disrespectful thing to Jay that you could absolutely say. Now, listen, we're in bounds for the most part. We'll block people occasionally. Sometimes let me, like today, like unsavory. I'm just over his nonsense.
Oh,
He He loves the show, but he hates me. I can't do anything right. I'm completely just,
It's a weird dynamic with some of the people that have, quote unquote, quit the show over the years. But Unsavory's still around.
But all he does is just absolutely pick me apart.
I understand, yeah.
And it's like, there just comes a point where I can only just be picked apart so much. Like, do I do anything right? Do I do anything right? I mean,
none of us do. This is the do nothing right show.
Well, my kid doesn't either.
The show sucks so bad, and they pick apart the show. But when you start, and this just doesn't go for Jay. This goes for little Sammy.
Yep.
This goes for Walker.
Mm-hmm.
This goes for even my son.
Danny's kids.
This goes for Nick and Bella. If you're going to start taking shots at our kids, man, it's not going to work out well for you. We don't need anybody that badly. We have such great Bubba Army support, from John Kostika to Heather Wiz to Iggy to Kenny Price to Joe from the West Side to Neil Mount Plaisir. I could go on and on. Indiana BRN, Scotty Landers, Todd McCabe.
Paper Towel Willie.
Paper Towel Willie's the best. The Nash Brothers.
Grouper Lips. Nick the Gun Guy.
Bob Cook.
Big Red. Cretin.
Big Red.
Susan Poitras.
Yeah. That's the thing. You have to start naming people here.
Keep naming.
There's a lot of them. We love you all.
I feel like we'll be here till noon going, Xerxes and Thomas Gilson.
Big Buck.
Steve the Big Buck. Can't forget Big Buck.
Scouting Big Buck.
Austin Fencing.
Airtight Ski
Ellen Cruz.
Clement Kush. We're trying to do it at 15, but it might be 20. So be standing by. Have a good day.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I repeat hello.